dare take him light, or you'll be the first one down. Face to the front. Screen the killer. He is the light killer. Told as a light killer. He is the big stealer. Fucking flows like a culture. Screen the killer. Screen the killer. Screen the killer. Fuck him up, killer! His name is the killer. He is the demon fella. He is the dead of night. Dropping goals filled with blind. Calling makes him sweet with those big old demon cheeks. Never underestimate. With power he inflates to demolish your teammates. Beware of tilted towers filling him with powers. That's the last one on the team from the energy on stream. Squeeze the killer. He's a mind filler. Cold as a mind chiller. He is the big stealer. Dropping foes like a cold killer. Squeeze the killer. Squeeze the killer. Squeeze the killer.
What up, Nick? Not much, man. Not much, bro. Nick, if you wanted to do your walk on, you could do it now if you wanted to. I don't have them turned off, I'm just asking people not to do it, but it's during startup, so if you want to now, it's totally fine.
Much rock card.
I also know you're not going to be here for the whole time, so
Fuck him up, killer! His name is the killer. He is the demon fella. He is the dead of night. Dropping goals filled with blind. Calling makes him sweet with those big old demon cheeks. Never underestimate. With power he inflates to demolish your teammates. Beware of tilted towers filling him with powers. That's the last one on the team from the energy on stream.
fizzle.
Fuck 'em up, killer!
It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods,
What's up, yo?
and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim, dark future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods.
You know, I don't actually know what game this is from. I just really enjoyed this as a startup. Like a perfect, like 2 minutes long too.
Do not fail your brothers. Though their bodies die, their spirit must return to the chapter. That is your charge.
You know, that was probably
Looking
from
for a
the
new-
Space Marine game. Yo, what's going on, y'all? Let me turn this down a little bit. There we go. If this ends up being too much, guys, let me know. Again, this is a learning process for Hood and myself. Hood will be joining us here in just a little while. Here into the store real quick. Today we will be talking about the Imperium of Mankind. We will be talking about pretty much like the scale. Humanity's biggest thing in the Warhammer setting. We're in ads. I thought I fucking got past that. God damn it. Oh well. So the biggest thing for mankind in the Warhammer setting is our numbers. We as mankind have gross amounts of numbers. We can literally pull World War II tactics in that Brannigan tactics and just throw waves of dudes to try and take over a world. But it's because of the amount of worlds, the amount of troops, the amount of just overall inhabitants that the Imperium has as a whole. So well, you know, let's just write out the next 30 seconds. Yeah, that's the topic of the day is the Imperium of Man. If we do end early, like we did last week, we're actually going to jump over and play some Warhammer 40k Battle Sector. But that is the gist of tonight's episode. So I hope y'all enjoy it. Welcome back for those who are in ads. Overview of tonight's episode. We're doing the Space Marine, the Imperium of Mankind, as an overview in the Warhammer 40k setting. Just kind of giving a brief idea of scale, because a lot of these numbers won't actually matter Like Warhammer's scaling in numbers is really bad. But it gives you an idea of like the vastness of the galaxy, the vastness of the Imperium as a whole, and why humanity actually is like such a threat and such a huge force in the universe. The Imperium makes up about a million worlds. There's about 1 million worlds that fall under the Imperium's rule. So we've got, let's see. So we've got hive cities. I will cover what a hive city is. I mean, it sounds fairly obvious. We'll cover what more of that is. But there's about 32,000 known hive cities, with each hive city actually having about anywhere from 5 to 25 hives within that city. So real quick, where's my cursor? Here we go. This is a hive city. Now imagine New York City put into this. That's the equivalent of a hive city. And where you are in the hive city as it goes up determines your class. This is a hive world. So this is a hive city, this is a hive city, this is a hive city. And they connect. We'll get into that more in a bit. Hive worlds, a general hive world. So this right here, a general hive world houses about 500 billion people. 500 billion people. Every world has a PDF force. Every world also eventually makes its own Imperial Guard force. The Imperial Guard and the PDF forces. PDF is your planetary defense force. Your planetary defense force and your guard regiment are 2 separate entities. A lot of people confuse them for the same thing. They are generally clothed and armed very similarly, but they are 2 separate forces. Your fucking water. Your fucking guard force is usually like the elite of your planetary defense force. Your planetary defense force are usually made up. Yo, Glob, welcome, or Glow, welcome in. Your guardsmen usually make up what you send out, right? So your planetary defense force, there's probably 3.5 billion per hive world. So there's probably 3.5 billion PDF forces for this hive world. The hive world, the PDF forces actually make up a vast majority of the Imperium's defense forces in general. I mean, we're talking about. Yo, thank you, Lawnmower, I appreciate that. I'm gonna throw out some stupid big numbers, guys. Okay. Remember, scaling in the Imperium is bad. Remember, Warhammer 40k relies on the unreliable narrator, so all these numbers could be fake, right? Because space transmissions, bureaucracy, and all that bullshit gets in the way. This is the whole thing about this setting and why it's so good, and one of the things that makes Warhammer so good. So yeah, there's about 3.5 billion PDF forces per hive world, which is the thing over there on the screen. I have to bring my fucking shit closer. Hold up, I'm blind. Dogs ate glasses. There we go. And there could be worlds that don't actually have a PDF force. Or you're not gonna think of their PDF force as being anywhere near the same as, say, like a civilized world's PDF force. We'll get into world types here in a little bit. Maybe I should have started with that. I don't know. So a general world is going to make a PDF force first. They're always going to have a PDF force garrison there. And this is more of what we'll get into here in a little bit. Hood definitely helps keep me on my notes and on track. It also just helps to have that other back and forth. But yeah, I mean, come on, there's a million worlds. There's a million worlds that fall under the realm and the rule of the Imperium of Mankind. Okay, so real quick. Yo, I appreciate that. I really do. That's our whole goal, right? Is it's a Warhammer 101. We're going to explain it the best way we can and the best way we know how to get others to be excited about it, to want to join our conversations, to want to. There's a Lawnmower Man, by the way. There's a whole section for this in my Discord. I post all of my notes from each episode. I will post them there. There's also a whole section for you guys to be like, yo, what did you mean by this? I want you guys to discuss this. There's a whole area for that as well. So if there's something that we missed that catches your eye, or something that maybe we went over a little too quickly, feel free to drop it in there, and if I can explain it better there, I will. If I can explain it better here, got you. So all the notes from tonight's episode will be posted, if not tonight, tomorrow morning. So we're talking about the true gross numbers that the Imperium actually holds, and why the Imperium is the force that it is, how we came to be this force. Kind of went over with last week's episode. Yo, that's enough. Let's go over a huge thing real quick. That is this. What's up, Necrofish? That is this. The Imperial Aquila. No, I turned them off for tonight because we're doing a podcast. So, when the Emperor took over as the Emperor of Mankind to guide and lead humanity, he adopted this logo, this symbol. One eye open. I can't do anything about autoplays. But Hood is here. Welcome in, brother. Battle brother extraordinaire right here. Yeah, no, that's why I just said I even said that to you. I can't do shit about stopping autoplays. So yeah, Hood will be joining us here in just a moment. Yeah, so I turn, and this will be an every Wednesday thing. Necro, if you're still here. And for everybody else, I will turn off redeems on Wednesday nights until like later in the night. Like if we're done and we're just kind of fucking around and playing a game, and just kind of going back over things. I'll probably turn them back on then, just so we can get some jokes in and poke some fun at the setting, because the setting pokes fun at itself a lot, so it's totally fine. So the Aquila with with a two-headed eagle, one eye is open, one eye closed, either blind or choosing not to look back. Either way, one eye looks forward because we only look forward. The idea, I also have this as a tattoo. The idea is one eye only looks forward because we can only move forward. We can't go back. And we don't look back because looking back is too painful. As humanity at this point in the universe, we fucked up. We know we fucked up, but we're trying to move forward. Albeit in some really horrific ways sometimes, but you know, that's the grim darkness of the setting, right? Also, another quick thing to go over is this. Because we talked about Primarchs, we talked about the Custodes, we talked about the Astartes, we talked about the Thunder Warriors and regular ass humans last week. I thought this would actually be a really good thing to show. So your Primarchs, the 20 sons of the Emperor, are all about this big. And this is your regular, like, 6-foot human. This gives you an idea of scaling to how big some of these dudes are. Or how small some of these dudes might be. We'll be talking a good chunk about just right here today. A lot of right here. Well, we'll sprinkle in some of this. These guys are gone. We don't have to worry about these anymore. A giant X through them. Stop. Stop. Oh, this music's fire. So, humanity went out from Terra, was given STCs, a standard template construct, to go along with them. The ships that they went from Terra from, to create these, like, million worlds, right? They left Terra on all these ships, all these STCs that they had, these standard template constructs, told them how to colonize the world, basically. Most of them, they broke down their ships to get resources. Some of them got to build fucking, like, some of them might have had an STC to build a fucking Titan. Some of them had STCs to become an agri world. Some of them were literally being set up to become hive world. STCs are quite important, and at this point in the fucking whole universe, STCs are very, very rare and very sought after by some, if not all, of the Imperium and the admit. So give me 1 second, guys. I gotta use the restroom real quick and fill this water bottle back up. Won't be talking a lot. I gotta have water. Well, sorry for the little break there, guys. We're back. Yeah, we're gonna discuss worlds. I think that's probably where we should start. So Hood, we'll actually end up at the bottom here talking about the types of worlds. So we discussed we slightly discussed a hive world already. Again, a hive world. This is what your hives look like in a hive world, where you are born, where you live at. Tier wise, it's literally class. If you live at the top, you're probably running shit, part of the military. The underhive is very fucking very violent. It's a fucking terrible place. Most hives and hive worlds end up being so they're ran by like a planetary governor. But like, let's say you get invaded, your planet gets invaded. There's Hood. What's good, bro? Make sure your volume's good. Yep. There you go.
What up, bro?
What up,
Go
man?
ahead and continue.
So yeah, let's say your world's invaded, guys. And therefore, like, trade and stock going in and out is
custom radio station, which means
like blocked, right? Well, now rations have to be given out, and like everything has to be rationed. The whole city will go on lockdown. It's wild shit. Get back to where I was on my notes. Sorry. So down here in the underhive is usually where cults grow. That's where you get a lot of what they in the setting called the abhumans. So they're literally mutants.
Yeah, a lot of the undercities tend to be irradiated or have some kind of toxic environment associated to them that causes mutations in people.
Yeah. So you'll get a lot of like gene stealer cults that start in an underhive, or chaos cults that start in the underhives. Most of the underhives are run by the cults, or just straight up run by gangs, like straight hardcore gangs. There's the PDF force kind of just fucks off the underhive a lot more often than not. Let's see. So if the higher up you live in the spire or in the hive world itself, like if you live on like the planet's surface part, you're probably pretty good. Like pretty good. It loosely speaking, right? It's 40k. Pretty good is loosely speaking because this is a grim dark setting, but depending on the world, you could be living a fairly normal life, kind of just going about imperial business, because again, being that high up, you're just moving from shit to shit, doing your tasks, right?
Yeah, some worlds will have like a cyberpunk feel to them.
Yes, some worlds will have that very cyberpunk feel to them. And again, that a big part of the hive worlds there too is the hive worlds. The underhive will have like that. To just on that comparison level, right? A hive, the underhive is kind of going to be like Pacifica.
Yeah.
Pacifica, yeah. Well, it's Pacifica. And then you have, so let's move on from hive worlds because we'll end up coming back to talking about hive worlds as we talk about like numbers of people that are there. The most common is a civilized world, right? It's just they're similar to Earth. people going about the daily imperial business. Those are actually the most common.
I think agri worlds are pretty common too.
Agri worlds are gonna be like probably the second most common.
Yeah, that's where humanity grows all of its food. You'll have these like lush, like almost paradise-like planets where like they basically commit the whole planet to farming.
Yeah, the whole planet, and it's terrible living conditions too. Like, so agri worlds are some of where we get the idea of like working 18 hours a day, right? Like, but
Yeah,
you
it's also common for agri worlds to be feudal.
Yeah.
Or to be kept in a like a dark technological state.
Or
like
there's so much machinery that everything's so fucking polluted.
Yeah. Yeah, depending on what kind of food they are producing.
Fucking Death Worlds. Death Worlds are fucking metal. You want to talk about some metal shit? Like, if you live on one of these worlds, you deserve to fucking like work for Death Clock. You might as well work for Death Clock. Like, let's be real. Because you slip and you're dead, right? Like, you go outside of the hive world you live in, the hive that you live in on the Death World, you're dead. You're dead. Like,
yeah, there's some hive worlds where like Krieg, where the entire populace has to live in environment suits.
I love how Major Kill put it. Basically Australia. Like, everything wants to kill you. There's carnivorous flora and fauna. There can be fucking literally it could be an array, like you said, Krieg, an irradiated fucking shithole.
Yep, or there's a like Catachan, like
Catachan, yeah, the jungles, like literally, the flora and fauna just want to fucking eat you.
Yeah, straight up. Like, that'd be crazy to be on a planet where like not only there are insane alien predators, but there's also plants that want to kill you. Like that always screws with me when
a Venus flytrap that's literally the size of a Primarch.
Or a pitfall trap that turned out to just be a giant pitcher plant meant for humans. Or human-like things.
It's a pitfall plant. Oh my god, it's a fucking Sarlacc pit, bro.
Yeah, Sarlacc pit.
It's like Australia times 1,000. 100. No, dude, that's dead ass. Dead ass. Dead ass.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's wild.
Like, see, I left a Google tab up for a reason. Let's see if I can look up a Death World.
Yeah, Death Worlds are crazy. So yeah, any world where you've got about a 15-minute lifespan, it's a Death World.
Yeah. Yup. Nah, see, this is how bad Death Worlds are, guys. They don't even want to show me what one looks like. There we go. I mean, that one, I'm not even sure what world that is. It just looks bad. It looks tiny on my screen, but you know, it is what it is. So Agri Worlds, that I do remember. It looks like Mustafar. Yeah, it does kind of look like Mustafar. So some of your Agri Worlds could literally be like feudal life, right? Like fucking colonial United States.
Yeah, like straight up, and the Imperium of Man will intentionally do this.
Keeps them there.
Yeah, they'll keep them in this technological state where they don't they don't understand starships and stuff, and they'll go like 1,000, 2,000 years in between supply drops and pickups. It's crazy, but they'll just have one planetary governor who just knows what's going on.
Are the Agri Worlds aware of the other worlds too? Not the planetary governor, maybe.
Yeah,
the
more
planetary
than likely,
governor
very likely
is his little council of people, maybe as well, but that's as far as that goes.
Yeah, literally that small group of people on the planet are the only ones
Thank
who
you,
know.
Gouda.
So like, and this will actually happen quite often in the Imperium. If that power structure is broken, like if there's a coup that happens due to a revolt or a civil war or a rebellion of some sort, they much love Gouda, much love. But yeah, they'll actually lose contact with the Imperium. And then when the Imperium comes around to do their rounds and they can't contact the planetary governor or his force, depending on who it is that's responding, they may just decide that the planet is lost to heresy and exterminate the planet. Like, it's insane, like, the way this setting works. Instead of taking the time to go down there and be like, oh, what happened to the planetary governor? Oh, you guys had a revolution? Well, now you answer to us. No, it's, in some cases, they'll just nuke the planet and be like, well, that didn't work.
And the word exterminatus gets thrown around a lot as a joke. It actually hasn't been used that often.
It depends on the scenario.
And then depending on the scenario, an exterminatus could also literally just be a 5-man Astartes team.
Yeah, and there's only so many people in the Imperium that can actually like enact that kind of order. Most of them are what we refer to as Inquisitors. Inquisitors in the setting hold a lot of political and authority in the setting. They're basically like untouchable. The only one who can question an Inquisitor is another Inquisitor.
Yep. So there's always a huge like civil war.
Like Judge Dredd.
Yeah.
Like think Judge Dredd.
Let's go. So currency. 'Cause that's pretty much it. Like there's feral worlds, but feral worlds are usually just pickup spots for fucking a lot of fleet-based chapters.
Feral worlds don't usually have a lot of people there.
They're usually really, I mean, they're feral, right? Like the people that do live there are still very tribal.
Like Stone Age technology.
Very Stone Age technology, but you get a lot of hardy warriors out of that, right? So fleet-based chapters will stop at these feudal worlds and be like, yo, you're one of us now. Deuces to the rest of you. You don't get a choice. You're coming with us to serve the Imperium. And they're just like
imagine you.
And they're just like, oh, who you?
Yeah, and they go and turn you into a damn space marine.
Like you as a space marine came in and just fucking like took out some Tyranid, right? You took out some angry fucking bugs that were about to just slaughter everybody. You came in as these angels and just killed them. And you just want this one dude because he was already beating ass when you came in. He was already being the savior, so you took that one guy and fucked off with them, fucked the rest of them off. Insanity.
Yeah, it's wild.
The last one to
for
cover.
Some chapters, that is a primary way of recruitment.
Yes, wholeheartedly. I want to say the cons.
Yeah. The cons commonly recruit from Death Worlds and Feral Worlds.
Oh yeah, on the feudal world note though, going back to that real quick, there is a line in the fucking, can I think of it? Books. Eisenhorn books. There's a line in one of the Eisenhorn books. Eisenhorn and another Inquisitor meet up. They plan a meet on a feral world. And the other Inquisitor makes a joke about how that they would literally think that their lights coming down out of the sky are their gods.
Well, and some of these feral worlds do. They write that way. Same thing with the Agri worlds. They'll view the like greater whole of the Imperium as godlike creatures because they don't know any better. They don't have the they don't have the experience as a culture to determine that kind of technology. It's like how would a caveman describe an airplane, an aircraft, a spaceship? Like it's a trip. It's a real trip to think about. And humanity willfully leaves a lot of their civilizations in this position. And they do it because they think that they can combat heresy this way, or that they'll keep humanity in like an easier to control state by doing this.
Yeah.
And like I don't know, man. I don't think it's a good idea for humanity to be keeping the whole of humanity like ignorant to what's going on.
Right? That's like that's some, I mean, ultimately that's some like brainwashing ass shit, right? Like,
well, and like when a Tyranid High Fleet does show up, like,
or another Xenos, a Tyranid High Fleet, yeah, like that's like ultimate worst case scenario, like that, or Chaos showing up, right? Like,
yeah,
those are probably like
scenarios.
Absolute worst case scenarios, or a fucking, or on an agri world. What if they're fucking digging, right? They're out there fucking plowing the fields, and they wake up a Necron.
Yeah, and that happens. They find this old, like, literally millions of years old tomb of these murder robots. And somewhere down the line, their programming got screwed up, so now they're just, like, gung-ho to kill everything that's living. And then they end up...
players are fucking...
Yeah.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, yep. Why can't I think of their names? But in any case...
yeah, fucking wild.
Wild, it is.
And
then like then there goes the whole planet. Whole planet gets wiped out by these murder robots that are silent, and nobody can communicate with them. Nobody knows what's going on. No one has the technology to deal with them because they're all basically like. And then in
that aspect, right? Like the best case scenario is to, like your best case scenario is that the Overlord's the one that wakes up first and actually tries to communicate. And then it becomes heresy, right? Well, and then it becomes heresy, right? Because like it has happened. There are stories of this, right? Where the humans are just like, cool, we're gonna just leave you be, and the Necron are like, cool, we'll protect you. Like we're not gonna fuck with you.
Yeah, that's happened. There was a Necron. I don't remember the Necron dynasty that woke up. They woke up on this Imperium planet. And they overthrew the PDF that was on the planet within a few hours of waking up. So the governors on the planet swore fealty to the Necron, and the Necron was like, "You're now subjects of mine. This planet's been mine for like millennia, and like y'all just posted up in my backyard. Now you serve me." And he was really good to his subjects. Everyone felt unnerved by their presence. There was Necron everywhere throughout the cities. They were just silent. They were all basically just turned off, but there was Necron everywhere throughout the human city. And then these Tyranid, high fleet of Tyranids showed up, and all the Necron just activated at once. They started evacuating people, they prioritized the safety of citizens, and repelled the Tyranid fleet. And then they just went back to sleep. Like, and so there's totally situations where, like, not all of the Xenos races are totally evil. And not all of humanity is totally like anti-Xeno and like xenophobic.
And while we're on that, do remember that all the lore really is written from the perspective of humanity and from the Imperium, so it generally seems that way. And the general naming schemes for things too. Yeah, the general like dogma of it, right, of where they just want to push the Imperium. That's the whole idea of that.
Yeah, most of the stories within the setting are written from the position of a human somewhere in the Imperium, whether it be a Space Marine, an Inquisitor, a Sister of Battle, your regular dude. Like it's generally from the position of humanity. You will have the rare story here and there from the position of Xenos, like stories of Tau.
Yeah, there's a few Tau. There's a small, pretty decent sized chunk.
The kicker with that too is they also have humans who serve them, so you'll also get stories that are just told from the human perspective. But it's by design. It's easier for us as humans to relate to that because that's it. You know, that's who we are. We're humans. So if we write from a human perspective, it's easier for us to relate to the fantasy. And it's also great because that means like everything in the settings basically written by the unreliable narrator rule.
Yep.
So nothing is fact, but everything's canon.
The last of the world types we have to cover is a Forge world. So Forge worlds for normal people fucking suck. You're not gonna survive long as a general human.
Most people could turn inconservative.
Human. Astartes, they have built-in shit to help deal with fuckery. Most of them are irradiated as fuck.
Most tech marines come from a Forge world.
Yep. Most are owned and operated by the Adeptus Mechanus. And most living things there are actually servitors, and you don't want to be a servitor. You don't want to be a servitor, guys.
Yeah, 100%.
One of the worst jobs in the Imperium.
As well as fate. Like it's in most cases it's a form of punishment.
Yep.
Permanent punishment.
And generally a Forge world is a planet-wide factory. That's where it depends on the world, on what they produce, but generally that's where weapons are produced, that's where tanks are produced. You could be blessed enough as a Forge world to be producing Titans. Or at least keeping up on a Titan.
Yeah.
And then a huge crazy thing within the Imperium, because it's so big, is there is no real standardized currency.
Yeah, there's not really.
It varies from world to world.
Or sector to sector.
Or sector to sector.
Like in the Caligari sector, they have Caligari credits, which are backed by basically the branch of the ecclesiarchy that operates in that area. But that's only that zone. Macragge has its own economy and has its own currency system.
Most hive worlds tend to use credits.
Yeah. Goods too. The barter and trade systems.
The standard barter and trade system is very, very active.
Yeah, that's the most common practice across the galaxy, and not just with humanity, but like for most species, the barter and trade system is the standard.
Shampoos are scientifically crafted.
That's I figured I'd point that out while we're there, because when we go to talk about Xenos, we don't really have to cover commerce and economy, because it's essentially the same for all the other Xenos. Barter and trade, old school style of currency, where goods and services are valued more than a bank script or a credit note.
Yeah, and then the closest thing that there is to any kind of like actual currency is the Throne Gelt, but that's generally rogue traders and the Inquisition.
Yep, more so Inquisition. Rogue traders commonly trade in profit favor.
Yep.
The promise and favors for profit and services that will come along in the new empires that that are forged by the rogue traders. Too long didn't read. Your rogue traders, basically your scout for humanity that goes out to sectors that have not been explored yet and explores them first. So they play a very important role in humanity while it's still expanding.
Yes. So let's go over forces of the Imperium, shall we? That's back towards.
That's always a really fun topic too.
Yeah, that's back towards the top of the notes.
Where would you like to start?
So let's start. You know what? Let's start with Marines. Marines happen to be the poster boys, but there's actually not as many as you might think.
Yeah, their numbers don't really make sense. That's a big issue with Warhammer. one of the things that kind of breaks immersion, and like I myself, I just chalk it up to the unreliable narrator. Numbers and ideas in this setting are obscure.
Well, and and within the setting too of the sheer bureaucracy and how things can be forged and transmissions can be lost and this, that, and like just adding into the unreliable narrator, right? Like,
yeah, so the idea is that a traditional Space Marine chapter, like let's say the Ultramarines, are only supposed to have 1,000 Space Marines at a time. At any given time, they're only supposed to have 1,000 active Space Marines. Like, that's not a lot of dudes. I mean, if 5 can terminate a planet, then okay, but that's still not a lot of dudes. Not all chapters follow this, and the number is a very loose number because you have what's called sub-chapters. So in order to kind of get around the 1,000, a lot of chapters will start branches of themselves. They use the same primary gene. Well, they use the same gene seed, so they'll use the same primary implanting process as their father chapter, but they can practice different means. So like a sub-chapter of the Ultramarines can deviate a little further from the Codex Astartes than like the actual Ultramarine. Or like a sub-chapter of Blood Angels might have more Black Rage and have more of an inclination towards using melee weapons over ranged fire.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth. Or maybe it's a chapter of Dreadnought, which is rare, but possible.
So fun to play though.
Yeah.
But in all, so there's roughly about 1,000 chapters, with roughly about 1,000 each, right? That 1,000 does also include other armaments. So that includes tanks. That includes, because there's a Marine in the tank. The Tech Marine is generally part of the tank. And
Yeah, they do a cyberpunk thing, a very cyberpunk Blade Runner-esque thing, where they actually jack into their vehicles. Like once the Marine is put into the tank, he's a part of the tank. You're not supposed to just pull that Marine out of the tank, and there's no like getting out when the tank blows up. Dude's screwed.
Yep. So that includes tanks. That includes big transport stuff. Like flying vehicles and all that kind of shit too. And that does also include dreadnoughts. Like Hood had mentioned dreadnoughts. That includes dreadnoughts, and dreadnoughts are like half-ass dead fucking 1,000-year-old dudes.
Yeah, they take a Space Marine who didn't die on the battlefield. They could be nearly mortally wounded, so like they could be near the point of death. They could have multiple limbs missing. They could be basically just a head and torso. And they'll take this dude, they'll hook him up to a life support system that resembles a coffin, and then they'll place this coffin into a chassis of a heavy weapons platform. So they put him in their own little mech. And then they're like, they literally put him to sleep to keep them alive as long as they can. And when it comes to battle and they need them, they'll wake them up, have a Tech Marine watch over them, and just send them into battle. And it's crazy. And these Marines are generally still suffering from the wounds that they faced. Or they don't really have a recollection of what happened. So like, it's crazy for them. They'll wake up and all of a sudden they're just like, oh shit, I'm a dreadnought. Let's go!
It's also viewed as a great honor because you didn't die. Your brothers got you.
That whole culture of viewing it as an honor is probably one of the few things that allows them to go through that psychosis and like perform. But the idea is when a dreadnought does malfunction on the battlefield, it's likely due to something like that. Like something fucked up in their wiring, something fucked up in like their trauma, like they just can't handle the situation that they found themselves in. Or their mind and body is degraded from so many hundreds of years of being redeployed as this like murder robot that it's changed them. They malfunction.
Right. Isn't it? It's Bjorn the Fell-Handed, isn't it? From the Space Wolves.
Yeah, he was the oldest. Didn't he just perish recently in
I
the story?
Did they kill Bjorn? I'm gonna be mad.
I don't remember. I swear there was some new lore last year that the oldest dreadnought, and I think it is Bjorn the Fell-Handed, that the oldest dreadnought was marked. I'll have to look into that. But yeah, Bjorn, I do believe Bjorn the Fell is the oldest dreadnought. Also one of the oldest living
That is Bjorn the Fell.
Space Marine. I think the single oldest Space Marine is Dante.
It is Dante.
Dude, Bjorn the Fell-Handed, such a badass.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, all in all, Space Marines actually only make up like 0.3% of the Imperium's forces.
The average guardsman will serve their entire service with never seeing or fighting alongside a Space Marine.
Yep.
They're so rare to see that when you see them, it's both a great honor and they're like looked as like angelic creatures, but it's also an omen of doom. Like if the Space Marines are here, you're fucked.
Absolutely. Like something's going down on your world, something's going down in your sector. It's not
Yeah, something
good.
was big enough to warrant their time and resources.
And like it had to be good, right? Like it had to be something good for the Space Marines to want to fight, right? Like
Yeah, and depending on the chapter too, it might be bad. They might just make things worse. Like when the Black Templars show up, they tend to make things generally a lot worse for the
You
people
look up
they're
in the sky.
supposedly protecting.
you look up in the sky and see red drop pods, you're like, yay, it's the Blood Angels. You look closer and you see a blood droplet and a saw blade and you're oh fuck, it's the flesh tears.
Or they're painted black.
They bust out.
They come out screaming.
Oh fuck
Yeah,
me.
dude. Oh man. But then like you get like Salamander. So you see the green drop prods and it's like, dude, it's all your prayers answered. You're like, oh man, thank God we finally have someone who's gonna come and protect them. And that's their primary goal. Salamanders is a Space Marine chapter. They're the Marines that actually care about humanity.
Oh, there's such a cool story. So in the devastation of Baal, there's this while the Tyranid are coming in and fucking with the general citizens of Baal Primus, the Space Marines and PDF forces are doing their jobs, right?
Yeah.
These battle brothers are chilling near these fucking and keeping these fucking humans alive. And they hear the roar of jetpacks. And they hear the roar of their battle brothers screaming, Horus! They duck down and they pull the fucking humans down with them as their fucking Black Rage fueled battle brothers, clad in black and red, fly over and land in front of them. And look at him. Horus! Fucking chainswords revving, bro. And they're like, nope. And all of a sudden they hear the fucking screams of Tyranid. And that snaps them out of it for a second. Catches their attention and they take off. The other two battle brothers, the straight battle brothers, not the black raged out battle brothers, were ready to fuck their homies up if they had to. Just to save the fucking humans of Baal Prime. Like, it was fucking wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. The Black Rage for the Blood Angels, when their Primarch, their leader of their chapter, was killed by his brother in the heresy, they all at once witnessed the death and felt it simultaneously. It drove a good chunk of the chapter into a psychosis, and this psychosis extends to further generations of Marines too. It's almost like a psychic affliction that's placed upon the Blood Angels as a chapter. So when you hear the term Black Rage, that's what we're talking about. Them entering this state of psychosis, where they're experiencing the death of the Primarch.
So, yeah,
And
they're experiencing the death of their Gene Father. Fucking Trey Dizzle, have a good night, bro. So let's just move on to yeah, I mean, Space Marines will get their own episode easily.
Yeah, we already kind of covered them quite a bit in the last one.
Yeah,
too.
we
So we'll
covered
cover each individual chapter in their own episodes.
Yeah. We'll cover the Custodies too, but just to cover a sense of numbers, they are the 10,000. They literally have been numbered in lore. They are the 10,000. So we know them as the 10,000.
So a Custodes is like the apex of making a Space Marine. Like all of the Emperor's research
This is
into
your
making
Custodes.
Space Marines like culminated into the Custodes. There's this idea that when everything was said and done, he was going to use the Custodes to take out the Space Marines that didn't fit into a peaceful galaxy. And when you see the size comparison, like it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, so this line right there,
Custodes,
right at the elbow, pretty much, is a normal human.
Where every Space Marine chapter has a Primarch, the Custodes have the Emperor. The Custodes supposedly share their gene seed with the Emperor himself.
They are the Golden Boys. Henry Cavill's Golden Boys.
Yeah, they're also notoriously one of the most expensive factions to collect on the tabletop.
Yes,
They're ridiculously
they are.
expensive.
They're fucking disgustingly expensive. Really fun to paint if you like painting gold, though. Or if you like painting non-metallic metallics, they're really, really fun.
A lot of detail on the models, too.
Yes.
A lot of small details.
And if you go really crazy with it, you can do like stripper pole fucking Custodes. Top tier. Top tier. It's so funny. I love it. I love the memes, dude. And then right next to them is the Sisters of Silence. The Sisters of Silence actually and like factually hide their numbers. They continuously lie about their numbers. Roughly anywhere from like 2K to 5K. They're very rare. They're your golden sisters.
Yeah.
Essentially, they're nulls.
Anti-psychers, too.
Yeah, they're fucking. Are they nulls or are they blanks?
They're nulls. And nulls and blanks are pretty much the same thing.
I also kind of thought so.
So, what a null is, that's interesting that we didn't touch on that before, too. I didn't even think about it when we were talking about the warp. Nulls. So nulls are psychic blanks. They're literally somebody who, like, in relation to the warp, they're someone without a soul. As far as we understand, people are connected to the warp through their souls, or like that's where they believe the psychic energy is connected to, and you get your power from. Is it's your soul reflecting in the warp and drawing power from the warp. A null is someone who has no presence in the warp whatsoever. In fact, they hurt others with a presence in the warp. To be around a null is to feel cold. Like anywhere that
like really
the nulls
unnerving.
Yeah, anywhere nulls are, it feels like there's a great temperature drop, like a 10, 15 degrees noticeable temperature drop when they come into the room. And
I could
they
use
have
one
like
to sit
almost
in
a
the
blank
corner.
stare.
I could use one to sit in the corner during the summer, guys.
Yeah, they have like kind of a blank stare, but they're not. Here's the thing. The thing about nulls is they have emotions. They're not soulless in the idea that they're unfeeling. They do care. They care deeply. They just don't have a presence in the warp. And because of that, it fucks with anything that has a presence. We don't fully understand it. I think it's a project in the Imperium that's still kind of trying to be studied, but it's hard to study a null because they're like all the technology they would use to study them
Yo, thanks, Cairo.
isn't applicable to them. Like it requires the warp. Like in order to study something that affects the warp, you have to use the warp. And if a null nullifies the warp, you can't study it.
Right. And then with nulls, speaking of nulls, we'll just move right on to the Sisters of Battle.
Yeah,
That was like honestly good headway.
it is. Sisters of Battle are quite interesting.
I fucking love the Sisters of Battle. I love me some sisters. Little shooty nuns with guns.
Yep, nuns with guns. The battle bitches.
We love the Daughters of the Emperor, guys.
Yeah, so the Sisters of Battle are they're the militant faction of the Ecclesiarchy of Humanity. The Ecclesiarchy is the faction of humanity that runs like their faith. So the Ordo Militant is predominantly the Sisters of Battle. Now, the Sisters of Battle have different chapters, kind of like the Space Marines, that they call, what are they called? Ordos. I don't remember them all off the top of my head, so I'm gonna have to leave that up to Squeeze. Squeeze more familiar with their
lore
lore
that one
than I am.
up, actually, because I don't remember. Well, I remember the ones that matter. So they're actually broken down into 6 Ordos, and most cities have a coven, which generally holds about 200 to 1,000. In smaller cities, it could be as low as a few dozen. Ballpark number, real quick, there's about 320 million to about 20 billion nuns with guns altogether. So they break down into, the one you see here is our martyred lady. This would be considered like the poster girls of the, I almost said poster boys, look at that, mommy. Yes. Yes. I fucking love the Sisters of Battle, guys.
Oh, they're badass. So a quick like description of them to fucking give you an idea. They come into a battlefield chanting hymns and fucking prayers while they kitted their tanks out with organs that fire fucking missiles with their hymns and their plays. So like you got this bitch hanging out in the side of a fucking tank who's just preaching the good word of the Imperium while launching missiles off of her fucking organ.
It's called an exorcist.
Yep.
It is literally called The Exorcist.
Yep.
It is literally played by one of the coolest battle bitches. And these pipes right here are fucking rocket launchers, guys. They shoot fucking missiles.
Oh, it's so cool. And they can literally heal wounds that would be fatal. They can heal the wounds of those around them. They can bolster and uplift the spirits. To be near a sister is to feel both the feeling of excitement and pride with intense fear all tied into it.
Another faction, another part of the Imperium that deserves its own episode, and we'll get one, so we can break down each Ordo, because each Ordo is its own thing. Each Ordo does its own thing. There's actually only a few militant ones.
Yeah, most are non-militant.
Most are actually non-militant, but are all armed to the teeth.
Yes.
Don't fuck with a battle bitch.
The term non-militant is like kind of weird when applied to the Sisters of Battle, because the Sisters of Battle are like fully militant, regardless of what Ordo they serve.
What's up, Nick?
Yo, what up, Nick?
So yeah, fucking and yeah, Pyro 100%, mommy, yeah. Yeah, if you're, let's say you're a lost child in a city. If a gang doesn't swoop you up or a cult doesn't swoop you up first, you're gonna go look for a sister.
That's actually one of the primary goals that Our Martyred Lady practices. The Ordo Our Martyred Lady, one of the first things they do when they show up on a planet is look towards the citizens. One of their first orders or independent actions that they're allowed to make as a military faction is to directly help the populace, get them supplies, get them relief, look after any orphans and direct the orphans of officers and those who died in like great military battles to the officio, the office of it's like the officio perfectorum.
Yeah, the officio.
Basically, they go on to become
officio yeah, perfectorum. There we go.
Tongue twister.
The officio perfectorum.
So if you're an orphan and your parents like perished in a great battle, serving the Imperium, and a sister finds you, it's likely that they will take you to the factions that will turn you into an officer next and reward you for your parents' sacrifice and look after you. It's a real trip.
Yep.
Like, not everything in the Imperium is just totally evil for the sake of being evil. Like, there are things in the Imperium, and the Sisters of Battle are one of these things in the Imperium where it started out bad, and it started out because of grim dark reason, but they are a light in the darkness. Or there's a lot of good they do.
Their whole fucking start, like how they became a thing, and like their whole, again, an episode all in and of its own. Fuck George Van Dyer. Fucking asshole.
You know all about Bounce on Machete's tip.
George Van Dyer, the whole start of the
Oh, and we'll hit that.
the sisters, yeah.
Yeah, we'll hit that in the Sisters video. Yeah, the Sisters of Battle are badass. Nuns with guns, and they're here to save you.
Oh, and yeah, they are. They're here to save you. They're here to give you the word, the great word of the fucking Emperor, and wrap you in his warm embrace. 100%.
Yep.
Miracles do happen, and miracles happen for the sisters based off their faith.
And the white hair thing, that's only the Our Martyred Lady.
Yeah, that's not every ordo.
It's commonly associated with sisters, though.
It is very commonly associated with sisters. I believe it's the Bloodied Rose. I think they all have black hair.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
they all generally follow a saint, someone who perished in some great battle, and obtained sainthood.
By somebody from the ecclesiarchy.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all. I need a drink. So we have our martyred lady. Oh, you want to move on to PDF? Cool. That's fine.
Yeah, I was just going to mention there with that PDF forces. Really interesting thing. In the Imperium of Man, most battles are not commonly fought on planet. Most battles are actually fought in the void.
Yep.
The PDF pulls the weight of most of the battles and most of the casualties as well when it comes to humanity's battle. Almost every battle has a naval battle that happens before it touches ground, if it touches ground. So while the Imperial Guard is the hammer of the Empire, of the Imperium of Man, you could say that the PDF is a lot like the shield.
Yeah. So yeah, while we go to there, the PDF forces every planet. So again, there's a million worlds. Minus feudal worlds and feral worlds. All of them have a PDF force. Feudal worlds have a PDF force that doesn't live on their planet. They have a nearby
it's
planet,
generally a navy force or like a
nearby station guard regiment.
And then void stations can be anything between like like a Star Trek-esque like refueling station to a mini Death Star.
Ugh. Go to Hive World. Yeah. So like there's like a PDF force for a given Hive world can be like 3.5 billion people. 3.5 regular everyday humans that have to protect this.
Yeah, damn near everybody serves PDF.
Yep.
Like if you're in this setting, this is likely where you're at.
And if you're not here, you're working. You're doing something.
Or you're in the Guard, the Imperial Guard.
And the Imperial Guard is actually like the best of the best of the PDF. PDF and the Guard
That's
are
mobile force. Yeah, they'd be like your Marine.
Yeah.
They're your mobile force. Your PDF is your planetary defense force. So those are that's the division that is specifically to protect your planet and its neighboring system. Your PDF serves you, where the Imperial Guard serves the greater Imperium. The Imperial Guard will serve alongside your PDF. So like if you have an invasion coming your way, it's likely that your PDF will be bolstered with multiple divisions of the Imperial Guard. What up, Starlight?
How's it going, Starlight?
So they generally work alongside each other, but you can the best way to think about it is your PDF force is your native defense, your native force that hangs out in your home system and is always dedicated to the defense of you and your home system. Whereas your Imperial Guard is the defense of the greater humanity. They're your bolster force. They're the mobile platoons that get sent to other, like your mobile division.
Right.
Imperial Guard will also have access to greater pieces of ordnance than your PDF may have access to. And it all depends though, because like the PDF on Mars is going to be clearly better defensible than like a PDF on some random agri world.
Fact. 100% facts.
Yeah, the PDF on Mars is going to have access to like Titans and shit. Whereas like an agri world, who knows what they'll have access to? It could be sticks and stones for all we know.
Right. I mean, but that agri world, its STC could have been that of a Titan. So they could have a Titan that chills in the fucking mountain that nobody's known about for a couple centuries.
That's a really good point. Till some Space Marines show up and they're like, oh.
Yeah, fucking you get the Templars that show up and they're like, hey, the Black Templars show up and they're like, hey, princess, wake up.
Immediately piss off a whole fucking sect of the AdMech all at once. You didn't rub it in the proper oils!
Don't worry, we tried to jerk off the fucking the big space robot before we set it up, but we needed the big shooty first.
You didn't massage the shoulders of the giant death machine. Now it's gonna be mad when it wakes up.
And I'm just kind of throwing these three together, right? Because we got the Imperial Navy too, which you kind of put in there talking about.
I figured it was a good thing to combine.
Yeah, well, that's why I kind of like put them all together, Navy, right? Like,
yeah, well, and yeah, your Imperial Navy is alongside the PDF and the Guard. They all work in tangent together. The Guard can't get anywhere without the Navy.
Right. And all my numbers and shit, there was a very specific major kill video I watched that broke down some numbers, because again, I thought it was a great way to.
That's cool.
Because humanity's big thing is our numbers. So a sense of scale, even if it's a broken sense of scale, is still a sense of scale, right? Like,
next time post that video in your notes, the link to it. And
I will. I'll go grab it and I'll put it in. I'll make sure it's put in with my notes in the notes tab for my.
Yeah.
My
Yeah, that'd be way cool.
I got
Because
you.
then people can see some of the stuff that.
Yeah,
we use
I
for
got a
research.
few. I got a few that I'll post up. I'll post links to, guys. So yeah, you got. Okay, so for the Imperial Navy, there's about 1 billion warp-capable ships. A light cruiser could hold about 50,000 people. Medium cruiser can hold about 100,000 people. The really fucking big ships that you see in the Imperial, like in Imperial fucking like artwork and shit, and or if you've played like Battlefleet Gothic, the big ones can hold like 250 to like 500 billion people with crew and everything. They're fucking massive fucking shit.
There are some Imperial ships that are so big they fuck up they literally fuck up the orbit of planets if they get too close.
Yeah, they fuck up the actual trajectory and gravity. There we go. I know words, guys. Gravity.
They're very rare. It's not like that's just an average thing in Imperium. And the Imperium is on, like, in general, lost the ability to reproduce a lot of this technology. So the Imperium can't just go out and build new ships. That's the big issue that they face right now. Every time they lose a ship in the Navy, they lose something that they potentially could never replace.
Yeah, this ship right here, this is a picture straight out of Battlefleet Gothic, guys. That ship can probably hold like 250,000 people or more. Looks like a Rogel Dorn ship too, by the way.
Yeah.
So yeah, that like I said, like we were saying, that number of how many they can hold, that's Marines, that's PDF, that's Guard, whatever their fucking reason to go fuck off somewhere else, and why they need the ship that they need is what it is. And that doesn't, no, that wouldn't include fucking, would that include like Marines who are fleet based?
No. So fleet-based chapters like the Black Templars generally manufacture their own ships. They have their own tech marines. They have their own forge worlds that are loyal to them, or subsects of the AdMech that supply and help them. So void-based chapters, again, like the Black Templars, are they operate quite different than the rest of the Imperium. They also commonly acquisition other Imperial forces.
I love the word acquisition. They're just coming up and going, hey, guess what? It's mine now.
Yeah, they do. Especially Black Templars. They
Could you
will show
imagine
up
if they
and they'll
just
be
did it
like,
like a, could you imagine if they
well,
just
they'll
walked
take
up?
whole ass PDFs away from fucking like from fucking planets. Like, it's wild.
Could you imagine if they just walked up and did it like a cat and just like pissed on it? They're like, guess what? That's mine now.
Oh god, that's wild. Just make cat like fucking. Oh no.
Like, and then walk up like a dog and just. Yeah, how you like that? Hey, how you like me peeing all over your special shit? It's mine now.
That's hilarious.
So almost every world has a guard unit. We only hear, like, in lore, we only hear of like certain names, right? Like we hear of the Steel Legion of Armageddon, we hear of fucking the Death Corps of Krieg, we hear of the Cadians, we hear of the Catachan Jungle Fighters.
Yep.
But it's because of
with the Cadians being the like primary poster. They're also so when we talk about the guard and like the guard's general equipment, their standard equipment, it's modeled after the Cadian troopers, and that's due to their effectiveness and their role that they played for a while in the lore. In the lore, there's a big hole in space that's literally a hole to hell.
The
and
Eye
the closest,
of Terror.
yeah, the Eye of Terror, and the closest Imperial planet to it, like the Bastion world. Oh, we didn't even talk about Bastion worlds. So Bastion worlds or Fortress worlds are generally giant defensive worlds. So like picture a world dedicated to defense, like just defense. So like a fucking fortress world, like
Like the whole world's
like
a fortress.
like what is it? Fucking Star Wars has a world that fucking it's in the new trilogy, which I'm not a fan of the new trilogy, but I do enjoy some of the lore. Like
Oh, is
this
that
Starkiller Base or whatever?
Yeah.
They literally use the core of a planet to fuel a fucking giant like Death Star like gun.
Yeah, isn't that the end of The Last Jedi?
I believe so. Yeah, so something like that is totally along the lines of what a Fortress world or a Bastion world would have, or be designed like. Cadia was a Fortress world that held back the Eye of Terror. Because there was a hole to hell, there was literally demons pouring out in massive waves, unrestrained, that were just going out into Imperial space. The Cadian forces' primary goal was to halt and hold back those forces. That's what got them the honor of all the Imperial Guard being modeled after them, or like them getting the standard standard equipment's based off of them. Because if you can consider anywhere the front line in this setting, that's the front line.
Yeah. Cadia stands. We'll do a whole episode on the fall of Cadia.
Yeah, the Psychic Awakening.
Because it is a really important fucking thing.
We have the audiobooks for them too.
We do, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the guardsmen being, like, the elite of the PDF force, they make up about 3%. Like, you can honestly think about them, at least, like, our special forces make up about 3%. So, to come from the PDF to get into the guard, it's literally like a 3% that make the transition from one to the other. They still make up gross numbers, though. We're talking like 11 fucking trillion. This is between the guard and the PDF, this is the backbone of the fighting force. These are the true heroes of the Imperium.
Yeah.
But the sad fact is as a guardsman, you have like a 15-minute life expectancy on the front lines. So that's your trade-off for being a true hero.
Yeah, it's rough.
And it could be anything from a demon incursion to being melted by Necron to being sucked into a black hole by a fucking Eldar.
Yep.
Being kidnapped and tortured by a Jakari. Or just ripped to shreds by a fucking Tyrannid. Eaten in front of your fucking homies. Or just straight up being stomped on by an orc. Like...
Or deleted faster than you can blink an eye, by a rail rifle.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about Tau.
Yeah. Like literally everyone gone in the matter of seconds, and nobody, like, quicker than anybody could react because Tau just fights everything efficiently. Like Modern Warfare. Just crazy.
Like Advanced Warfare.
Advanced Warfare, thank you.
Yeah, think like COD Advanced Warfare, and you kind of have an idea of Tau.
Yeah, like the goal when they created Tau was to like take the technology we have today, push it forward like 2,000 years, and like what would you have? And that's kind of like what the Tau's working with. Like really advanced drones, mechs, battle suits, AI that doesn't want to kill them. Oh yeah, so let's hit that topic real quick, really briefly. AI in this setting is crazy. In this setting, there's this like hook with writing where no matter what you do, no matter how you create it, at some point, if you make an AI, it's going to turn against you. At some point, it's going to go bad. It's like a big thing with this setting. AI just always screws up in this setting. I'm not sure why. Maybe it has something to do with the warp. But the Tau, their AI it has yet to show any signs of turning it. But their AI is not like what you would think of. Their AI is not like self-conscious and stuff. Their AI is more like a virtual intelligence, or like just really advanced like computer programming. Like, it's not true AI. They're not. I don't think any of the Tau's AI is like self-aware. And if they are, they're fucking. It's weird that they haven't cracked yet.
Right.
But yeah, that's all I had for that. Thank you.
No problem. The last part of the forces of the Imperium is the AdMech.
The Adeptus Mechanis. So the Adeptus Mechanis are one of the armies I actually collect.
Yeah, I'm gonna
did
let
a lot
Hood,
of research on.
I'm actually gonna let Hood take this one for a little bit.
So there's a lot of different Forge Worlds, and not all of the Forge Worlds have been properly rediscovered. There are some that are. It's likely because they may want to release like more in the future as a company. So that's why we don't know for sure about all the Forge Worlds. But the Adeptus Mechanis are a independent faction of the Imperium of Man, and that's a rare thing. Everything in the Imperium of Man has to answer to the Inquisition or to the Ecclesiarchy or some major authoritative branch, but that's not the case with the AdMech. The AdMech have their own independence. The AdMech make everything for the Imperium. All your tanks, all your guns, your lights, the maintenance done on your ship, like any little bit that involves technology is done by this cult. They are
the toaster.
Yeah, they are a techno cult. They worship technology in the form of something they call the Omnissiah. They believe so. They worship the machine spirit, and they believe the Omnissiah is the master of the machine spirit, the greater god that controls all the machine spirits. They believe that machines function due to having a soul that inhabits machines and performs the functions. They don't understand that these machines function because they put them together. They don't understand how their technology functions. All they know how is to replicate and recreate what they've made. They don't properly reverse engineer. They have no idea how their shit works.
Some of them can only maintain.
Yeah, some of them can only maintain. There's now their big goal, Squee mentioned STCs earlier. Your STC is like, okay, look at it this way. You have a machine that is an advanced AI, and it's very clearly an advanced AI. This thing is a thinking machine. You pose a question to it. It uses its resources to determine what you need to answer your question. So if you ask it, hey, I need to overcome this problem with tectonic activity on this planet, you would load in an STC to it. It would give you it would formulate a solution to your problem and then print it onto the STC, and you would use this STC to manufacture the technology you needed to solve your problem. This is how the Imperium of Man operated. That's how I understand it. I could be wrong, but this is how the Imperium of Man operated during the Golden Age. They had these thinking machines that they could load STCs into and get whatever they needed. And now the AdMech has no idea how this works, but they know that if they get STCs and they load them into certain Imperial machinery, or they reverse engineer these STCs, they can get brand new technology. So
brand new, quote unquote.
Yeah, quote unquote. So like when they produce a new tank, they didn't make a new tank. They didn't just take a pre-existing design and add on to it. They just found an STC that was related or compatible to the tanks that they already have, and they added it to it. So very rarely do they add or evolve anything. In fact, it is seen as tech heresy. You have two types of heretics amongst the AdMech. The AdMech consider anyone who wants to alter or change technology to be a heretic, instead of preserving it. And they also consider anyone who wants to study or reverse engineer xenotechnology or alien technology as heretical. So if I was to find an alien toaster, and all I wanted to do was prove to everybody that this is they just use this to toast things.
Heretic.
I'm a heretic, and I'd be executed on sight for that shit in the AdMech. So it's crazy the way it works. But there are entire AdMech sub-factions that are dedicated to Xenos technology, especially in the form of Necron technology, because they view Necrons to be the apex of what they're trying to achieve. It's common for AdMech and like individuals in the AdMech to want to replace their limbs or their organs with cybernetics and implants. The idea is that the flesh is weak, but the machine is strong. The machine is forever. So if I replace my weak flesh with everlasting machinery, I can overcome mortality. And that goes like hand in hand with their machine worship. They worship machines. They believe they have a spirit because they want to turn themselves into machines that have a spirit. It's crazy. That's all I have for a brief tangent. I could go on for a while about AdMech, and it's better suited to a dedicated video.
Yeah,
but to summarize,
definitely their own video.
To summarize, they build everything. They're your technomancer for the Imperium, and they exist independently. They have their own form of the Inquisition. They have their own Inquisitors, and they commonly end up in conflicts with Imperium of Man. It is not unheard of for Space Marines to fight AdMech. It's not unheard of for Imperial Guard detachments to end up in a full-on conflict, whether by accident or intent, with AdMech forces. AdMech forces are seen with reverence and distrust across the...
Yep.
They sound like hillbillies in space.
Yeah! Well, you can see why I collect them.
Perfect reason for Hood to collect them.
Look, like the way you said it, it's not like they fix the things, they find something else and are able to put it on and fix it that way. It's pretty much the same like a hillbilly. They find a
yeah,
car
like duct tape. Now imagine worshipping duct tape. Like add that in and that's AdMech. Like you're so obsessed with the worship of duct tape, you can't see what you're applying it to, or even how it works. Yeah, 100%, dude.
And you will see pretty much all AdMech wearing something red or having something red on.
Yeah,
or like part of the trim.
Mars.
It's a dedication to Mars, which is where the AdMech stem from.
So it is a requirement. One of the things that heretical AdMech forces will do is remove any red from their armor. So, and they're real quick, their names are Xenorites, the faction that worships alien technology. And it's not even worship. Sometimes it's simply is they just want to understand what the enemy is using against them. But they're called Xenorites. Xenorites are the most common to not fly the color of red. On that note of red too, it's usually on a pauldron. Most commonly, you'll find it on a pauldron. It's usually the left pauldron.
Leave him alone.
I think that came from like the 8th edition AdMech codex.
Probably. Sounds right. What up, Silent? So let's just talk like general Imperial life. What do you view general Imperial life to be like?
Well, it depends on what planet you're on. Like that's really what it boils down to, and what class of citizen you are. If you're a noble, it really doesn't matter what planet you're on. You're going to be experiencing a very similar life to other Imperial nobles. You're going to have a very cushioned, very like safe life. You're going to eat real meat. You're going to eat real vegetables. You're going to have a good life. Like, it's even in the event of a crisis like an invasion, it's unlikely that invasion will ever get to you. You're also one of the first people evacuated from the planet. So just starting from the top of society, life's good, life's great. If you're on a paradise planet, it's even better. Now, if you're on a death world and you're a noble, your cushiness may not last long. If you live a cushy life on a death world, it's likely you'll be killed by the people you're supposed to be protecting. This happens commonly on Catachan. Catachan has a hard time keeping any governor on it, because not only does the planet just... The planet kills you half the time. Like, it's... Catachan is such a hard place to live when the plant life wants to kill you. So, like, yeah, on a planet like that, yeah, you'll be cushy, but you're still gonna die to some stupid-ass, like, ridiculous reason. Now, if you're just an average dude, again, depending on the planet, your life's probably gonna suck. And it's a level... It's like the degrees of how bad does your life suck. If you're in a hive world, your life sucks pretty bad. If you're on the lower ends of the hive, you're gonna be caught up in gangs. You're gonna be caught up. You'll never eat anything fresh or real. Everything you eat is synthetic, manufactured, and likely has bits of other humans that you're eating in it, which is called corpse starch, by the way.
Raped in jail, you are.
Yeah, it's a wild ass setting as an average dude. So, and then you're gonna be recruited. So as soon as you come to a fighting age, you have to serve in your local PDF. And then you may get recruited into your guard, into the Imperial Guard. So now you're going to be sent off to, if you're in the guard, you're going to be sent off to some other world in some other system. Now, mind you, you may not even survive the journey to this other system. You may just get lost in the warp. So if you survive your journey to this other system, and you're not just, like, devoured by demons in fucking hyperspace, you are now going to have a 15-minute lifespan on the front lines. Wherever they deploy you, you're going to be deployed with a commissar at your back. This commissar's job is not to inspire you in the way that you think inspiration is supposed to be going on. He's going to inspire you by shooting the dude who shows the most fear.
Yep.
You're going to see men behind you. Any chance they get, any inclination they give that they may want to retreat comes with a death penalty, an immediate one right there on the front line. It's an insane setting for your average. Now, if you're in a manufactorum, your average day life is going to start with, okay, so you've had about 4 hours of sleep, if you're lucky. You've had about 4 hours of sleep, and you wake up and you have to do your imperial rites. First thing you do out of the day is you pray to the God Emperor. You pray for forgiveness, you pray for protection, you pray for all that shit. And then you then you get up and you go pay your taxes. Every day you have to go and pay your taxes to your imperial tax collector, whether they come to your door and they're all ding ding taxes, or whether you have to go to the office. Depends on the planet. Yeah, that's another thing. Then you deal with your dead. Before you go to work, you deal with any of your dead. You deal with any of the shit that's going on around your house that has to be dealt with, and you have about 30 minutes to deal with this, maybe an hour. Then you go to work. You spend your entire workday working, which is a no less than a 12-hour workday in the Imperium. The shortest workdays in the Imperium are 12-hour workdays. And that's only if you're on a planet that, like, shit's kind of good, or you're in a section of the Manufactorum that can only allow so much. Like, for instance, if you're working you could be assigned to a position in which you have to work on a plasma generator, and you have to go and feed the fusion cells into the plasma generator. Well, you're going to get irradiated every single time you do this. So they're only going to allow you to do this for like 2 to 4 hours. You shouldn't be doing it at all, but they're going to make you do it. Oh, it's crazy.
That kind of sounds like that one movie. Dude gets radiated really hard, so he has to get the fucking suit put on, and he basically goes to take down the big ring in space.
Yeah, and like it And workplace accidents are replaced with fucking cybernetic limbs. Like, dude, if you lose your hand in some machinery because you fucked up at work, dude, all they're gonna do is replace it, and they're not even gonna use aesthetics because any bit of painkillers are gonna be on the front line. They're not gonna be here for you in everyday life, or they're gonna be safe for the nobles. So if you survive the process, well, and this is the thing too. If you don't survive the process, like if you're showing signs that you may pass away while they're implanting you with a new arm because you lost it, this is the worst part too. It may not even be your fault. It could literally just be because they worship toasters. They didn't fucking give you the proper safety mechanisms in place.
You actually dropped it while you're taking a swim in the tub.
If you don't survive, they're gonna lobotomize you and turn you into a servitor.
Yep.
So they'll use you as a flesh robot and have you continue to perform the same tasks you were already performing before you perished. It's so insane. There's now that's hive worlds. That's like advanced worlds. Let's shift a bit to an agri world. We talked earlier about how feudal and agri worlds can be technologically stunted, on purpose.
Yep.
So an average day-to-day life on a world like that could be pretty good.
Yes, it is. Silent.
I mean, it depends on like what you consider good. Like, okay, so you're a farmer on an agri world. You have a family. It's a lot like imagine 1400s in our history. It's gonna be a lot like that, like Renaissance.
Yeah, like this picture right here.
Yeah, like you'll actually have fresh food. You may have fresh meat, depending on what planet you're on. You're gonna be like you live by the sweat of your brow. You're not gonna have a bad life. In comparison to the rest of the humanity, you have a fucking paradise of a life. Especially compared to what we just explained that could go on for an average day-to-day in a hive world. As an agri world and a feudal world, it really just depends. There are some feudal worlds where you will have knights who their version of fighting a dragon is fighting a Tyranid biomorph that was left behind on a failed invasion.
Yeah.
So Tyranid are these great, it's this great vast amount of organisms that share a hive mind. Imagine like insects and aliens, like.
So imagine the bug from Starship Troopers and Xenomorphs from Aliens got together.
Yeah, and imagine they had a hive mind like the fucking planets. I mean, the dead planets from Dead Space, and they're like necromorphs. Imagine that they take everything and then they turn it into this like biomatter like goo and just reshape it into what they want. This is the Tyranid. When they leave shit behind, when they fail at taking a planet, a lot of their life forms are left behind on the planet, and they evolve and acclimate to the planet, and then like they become apex predators on the planet. So in a feudal world, you could totally live your life as a peasant growing up on a farm, hearing these stories of these dragon-like monster creatures that spit acid and kill knights on a regular, and you could fill yourself with the aspirations of like, I want to be a knight in shining armor now. I want to go and serve the local lord and serve his crusaders to take down this monstrous beast. So in this same crazy sci-fi setting, you still have like weird fantasy shit going on a normal, regular, everyday basis. So your everyday really matters on where you are in the Imperium. It could be anything between a cyberpunk-esque, like dystopian fucking mega city where you can spend your life in a skyscraper and never see anything else. Or it could be
completely underground and never see the light of day.
Yeah, you could live your generations in space. Literally, like you could be born on a void ship
and never touch foot on a fucking planet. Yeah,
100%. Your children will never set foot on another planet. It could be 400 years before any of your descendants even have a chance to set foot on soil. So average day-to-day life in the Imperium is varied. It's very different from planet to planet, from situation to situation. It's extremely diverse. It really depends on where you are. And then before we come off of that subject, we should talk a little bit about what life is like under Xenos. We talked a little bit about the Necron earlier, about the story of the Necron waking up and being like, you're our subjects. and they actually protected their subjects.
Yeah, real quick on the note of while we're on the agri world still though, this is the bad side of an agri world. So you could be just as bad in an agri world that's not a feudal world, right? It could be an agri feudal world, or it could just be a straight up agri world where you still just work 18 hours a day.
Yeah, that's a really good distinction to bring up, because some of these agri worlds are not agricultural in the way of just like they dedicated the whole planet to farming. Some are agricultural in that they dedicated the entire planet to producing food, manufactured synthetic food, fake food.
So Hood brought up corpse starch.
Really good thing.
Corpse starch is literally you're eating your homies, man. You're eating your homies.
Yes, so corpse starch is technically illegal in the Imperium. It was brought up by some inquisitor in the past that was in conjunction with some noble or whatever. They came up on this idea that, like, we have what resource does the Imperium have in abundance across the world across the universe than anything else? Well, we have dead bodies. How do we bodies?
We got big ones, we got small ones, we got them all.
How do we capitalize on all these dead bodies? How do we make something out of them? So they decided to make corpse starch. Corpse starch it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a starch that they can use as a basic food substance and an additive to like boost food. It's they're literally it's fucking dude. What's the name of that fucking movie? Soylent Green.
Yeah.
Soylent Green is people.
Yep.
It's Soylent Green.
Soylent Green.
Yeah, it's Soylent Green.
It's fucking wild. Yeah. They also feed.
Oh, and they also use it as a fuel too. You can also use it as fuel.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you can use it as a basic fuel source.
But that's not heresy.
No, apparently not. God, the Imperium's crazy.
Even in death, you shall serve.
You shall power my motor, sir. Like, what the fuck, dude? God, this thing.
I created the battery that became your.
We got dudes nowadays being like, yo, we can turn plastic into fuel. Dudes 40,000 years from now, we can turn humans into fuel.
I can turn plastic into fuel. Yeah, well, guess what? I'm making you into fuel next, bro. God damn. They also tend to feed
for the first
people...
time? Dude, have fun. Sorry, I didn't interrupt. Check the chat.
Oh, yeah, bro. Enjoy. That's a good movie. Fucking. They also feed people millet. Okay, for you.
Yeah, they actually do.
For you bird fans, you know what millet is. Okay. If you don't know what millet is,
or if you know European history too, there was a point in time when we tried to feed ourselves millet. Like we made millet bread and shit. And like, dude, you can't sustain yourself on millet. It's not like wheat or other grain. It doesn't have enough.
It's a kind of wheat or grain, and you can make shit with it. It does work, but it's not sustainable.
Yeah, you can make millet bread, but you can't live on millet bread. It doesn't have enough nutrients for you. All the nutrients in millet gets baked out when you bake it.
But then, yeah, just to double down on what Hood was saying, it depends on where you are, what kind of world you're born on, what kind of family you're born into.
Yeah, and to lead into that, Xenos. So let's talk about the Tau, humanity under the Tau. Humanity under the Tau as an average day-to-day citizen is quite different than the rest of humanity.
Oh yeah.
So if you live under the Tau Empire, you live in a Star Trek-like society. You're home so you're not going to be working for 12 hours a day. Like you may. It depends on the planet or what caste you're under. But in the Tau Empire, they have castes. They practice a socialistic commune. So they're communistic they're communistic in practice, but socialistic in beliefs. Everybody serves the greater good. Under the Tau Empire, you have a job. You have a job that's assigned to you. They have you go through like various amounts of personality and physical tests and stuff to determine what job is going to be best suited for you. They take into consideration what you did before you joined the Tau Empire. So, like, if you were a soldier, you're likely going to be put into the fire caste, the caste that is their military wing. If you were an inventor, they're likely going to put you into the Earth caste. If you are a diplomat, they're going to put you, or a noble, they're going to put you into the water caste. They're diplomat. And so, like, that's the idea of the Tau Empire. The Tau Empire cares a lot about its citizens on the surface. If, again, just like the Imperium, depending on where you are in the Tau Empire, it may not be so accepting. Fourth sphere expansionists in particular have a disdain for all Xenos under the Tau, and they secretly do anything they can to murder their Xenos followers, whether it's human, crew, Vespid, or anything, because they had a PTSD moment in the warp where they basically met their own god, and it changed them. So you have this like little.
I've seen some stuff, group. But I've seen some things, and I don't recommend either one.
Yeah, so you have this group in the Tau Empire that are just against anything that isn't Tau, and they're very quiet about how they approach it. Because the Greater Tau Empire isn't about that. The Tau Empire believes that all life is special, and that like it should all work together for the greater good of life itself. Now, their means of doing this is fucking wild. And I won't touch too much on that because we'll dedicate that to a whole Tau episode. But under humanity, like, so as a human in the Tau Empire, if you don't like the lot you were given in life by them, if you decide that you don't want to do whatever job they gave you, you're going to go through mental conditioning. You're going to go through some very, like, secret police kind of shit. Like, if you continue to resist, you're now going to be used for military tests. They're gonna test new weapons on you. They're gonna test new implants. Yeah, straight MK Ultra secret police shit. Some very like all the horrors of the Cold War will be unleashed on you as a citizen if you don't meet the Tau status quo. So life under the Tau is great as long as you follow the status quo and do what you're told. The moment you break away, it's all Cold War shit. It's all Cold War horror. So that's what that pretty much covers what it's like to be an average dude or chick in the Imperium.
Yeah, pretty much. Nick, did you have anything to take away already, bro? Like, did you have any questions because you're here? Anything you want to add in, bro?
I'm here for commentary.
Well, any commentary you want to make?
I don't know as much about that world as you guys know.
Well, I appreciate the commentary, and
yeah, definitely.
If you want to add in and you do come up with any questions, feel free to ask. It helps having someone who's not as familiar with the setting, because you can take something we're saying and like be like, "Yo, can you elaborate that?" Or you can be like, "Yo, you guys glossed over this too much. I don't understand what you just said." So no, if you got questions, feel free to ask it. And when I start ranting, feel free to interrupt too, because I'll go on for a minute.
I'm looking at time and I'm letting you rant.
Sorry, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour. No.
So let's go back to the no standardized currency. Yeah, let's go back to the no standardized currency. Like, with how big the Imperium is, it would be so hard to have an actual centralized currency, right? Like,
yeah, it would, and it was tried. I think the what did you call them earlier? The Imperial Crowns or whatever.
Oh, the Throne Gelt.
Yeah, the Throne Gelt. So the Throne Gelt, the reason it's used by the Ecclesiarchy and
Inquisition.
Well, that is the Ecclesiarchy.
Yeah.
The Inquisition is a branch of the Ecclesiarchy. Well, and then, it's pretty much just the Ecclesiarchy that uses them. is it dates back to the Golden Age. There was a point in time when humanity had a unified credit system and a unified currency. When humanity spanned the stars and it was assisted by AIs, it did have a currency, and that was the throne guilt.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's where the throne guilt got its roots in. It's an attempt to reignite that original currency, but it's not possible right now in the state of humanity, because we rely on the warp to get around. A modernized currency is impossible. So one of the issues with travel in humanity in this setting is you could, okay, let's say you need to make a delivery. Like, you're just an average dude.
You're fried.
Yeah, and you need to make a delivery from your planetary system to the closest planetary system to you. In theory, as soon as you enter the warp, it should only take you a few hours of like time to get to your destination. You arrive at your destination, and it's been 300 years. Anyone you knew is gone. You can't just go back. You can't go home and be like, guys, it's been 300 years. I don't know what. We didn't make the delivery. Oh, and guess what? This planet's desolated now because they didn't get that fucking delivery. Turns out the delivery you were supposed to make was so important that it changed the fate of that particular solar system.
That shit's so wild, right? Like and then it makes you wonder, what is time, right? Like, especially in this setting, what is time?
Yeah, it's insane. The warp does not recognize
300 years passed while I go make this delivery. I'm gonna come home, right? But what's gonna be left?
And none of you aged.
Yeah, none of you aged because you went through the warp. But you come home, and everybody you know is dead.
Reality is aged 300 years, but not a single one of you has aged past the few hours it took you to go through the warp. And how do you accept that reality? And this happens on a daily basis. This happens all the time. This isn't just a normal problem. I mean, this isn't just an abnormal problem. This is a normal problem in the Imperium. And it doesn't just happen to the Imperium of Man. This happens to anyone who chooses to use the warp to travel. And there's only a few species who don't use the warp to travel. Tau, Necron, and Orcs are the only ones who don't consistently use the warp. So the Tau are just barely learning how to do warp travel. They kind of fucked up and made like a hole in reality, like a little mini eye. They don't really understand what they're doing. Before, what the Tau would do is they would basically use reality like a slingshot. Like, imagine reality is like a net or like a web, and they would push tension against reality. They would push it so hard that it would slingshot them when the resistance pushed back across reality. It's hard to make sense, but that's the best way I can explain it. They would slingshot themselves across. They weren't using the warp to travel. Necron, we have no fucking clue. We don't know whatsoever how the Necron get across the galaxy. But the Necron, they just appear.
They got that Jason shit.
Yeah, the Necron can materialize anywhere across the galaxy, and they do not rely on the warp to travel. So we don't understand what they use or how they do it. But it's also because they fought the warp back in the war in heaven.
Yep.
So yeah, there's another issue with being a regular dude or a regular chick in the state of the Imperium. Like, you could be told, like, hey, join up the guard, or like, you're gonna go on this mission and it's okay, you'll see your family when you get home, and fucking you come back and your family has aged 300 years. And like, dude, imagine how weird that would be, coming to descendants of your bloodline. Like, you left your home when your children were little, and they're like, let's say like 9, 10, were your eldest children, and like, you were like, okay, don't worry, I'll be back as soon as I can, I'm just gonna go make this delivery and I'll be home. Then you come back 300 years later, and you have these descendants of your family, and they only heard stories about you. Like, and these stories wouldn't even be that grandeur. It would just be that they never came home. Like, Daddy went to deliver milk and didn't come home.
And bro,
he went out to go get that pack of death sticks and didn't come back.
Now, real talk, what do you do about your property right? They're all living in your home. They've got their family. They've been living there for 300 years. In your property, in your homes and stuff, but it's still yours. How do you handle this through the Imperial bureaucracy? And this kind of shit happened.
Right? It's fucking... That's
and then here's the other thing. You gotta think it's 300 years there, and then 300 years back.
Oh yeah, well that's only if the war fucks with you again. Because you could totally make the trip back. You could be in a panic, and you could be like, turn tail, and like, no, let's go back to our home planet as quick as we can. And obviously you would to a degree, because assuming the hypothetical that the planet you were supposed to make the delivery to is now a desolate planet because you didn't make that delivery.
Who do you have to drop it off to?
Yeah, and it's been 300 years. You have no idea what the state of the universe is like right now. So you're going to do the safest thing you can think of and just try to go home. So let's say you go home, and it takes exactly how long it should have. That's the kicker. It may not just take 300 years to get home. It may only just take the few hours that you were told it was supposed to take.
So it's kind of like you have to roll a d20 just to get a good roll.
Oh yeah, it's
dude, yeah, it's a d100 every time you fucking go through the war.
Straight up.
On what you need, like memory foam inserts.
Yeah, it's
d100 better.
Yeah, it's a very rough scenario making any kind of travel across the Imperium. And this happens consistently. So this happened during the Heresy too. During the Heresy, you had certain forces like the Blood Angels and the Ultramarines that were, while they were on their way to Terra, they were teleported to other locations to try to waylay them, and they would have to fight these little individual battles to try to get back into the warp to get to where they were originally trying to go. Chaos would do this all the time. If you're Zech, the Chaos God of Fate, commonly fucks with people for seemingly no reason. It's hard to interpret the will of Zech when he's also like this god of secrets and all this shit. The Eldar, the faction of Ulthwé. Ulthwé has Farseers that can look into the future and try to determine events that will happen. And they all their actions they make as a civilization are fueled by changing the future sites that they see. So they will consistently fuck with humans. Like if they so in the hypothetical we were talking about earlier, you needed to make this delivery to this planet. You didn't understand the importance of it. It's normal. You're just a dude. But the Eldar understood the importance. The Eldar have understood the importance of this delivery for like the last 50 years, and they've been waiting for the moment to like alter fate and keep you stuck in the warp. Did they know it would take 300 years? Unlikely. But they did know that it would throw you off. They did know that whatever they did would screw with you enough to change the future that they're trying to enact. So it's crazy the way this setting works. And this is why the unreliable narrator is the best tool used for this setting, is because there's so many factors that can go into just telling a story into this. In this.
100%. Like, just factor in the warp. Just cool. I don't know what plot hook to use. The warp. Okay, cool.
Yep. Yeah, I need a good MacGuffin. Warp.
So like I said earlier, even in death, you're gonna serve.
Whether it be a dreadnought
there's not really a death penalty per se. They're not gonna.
The only death penalty is for running.
Yeah, the only death penalty is trying to desert. Don't desert your battle brothers. Don't run. Generally, if you get caught up in some bullshit, they're gonna put you in a penal legion. Depending on what it was, right? You can get caught up and put in a penal legion. A lot of penal legions are just strapped up with bomb collars.
At the discretion of the commissar. Yep.
And
so every penal legion is assigned a commissar.
Yep.
And that commissar's job is to reform you or to punish you as they see fit. Reform is not always the first option.
A lot of them,
like suicide bombing.
Yeah, a lot of them use them as like terror tactics, and set them in on the front lines and just blow them all.
Yeah, it's common to take a penal legion, equip them with like a bunch of flamers and like very little armor, implant them with implants that are intended to instill fear in the enemy, and then just send them at the enemy. Oh, and then before I forget,
and then blow up their bomb collar.
Before I forget, orcs in the warp, because I didn't touch orcs in the warp. There are orcs that use the warp to get around, but most orcs just fly around on fucking meteor.
Meteor strapped with the rockets.
If it takes them 500 years to get to your planet to raise hell, by God, it takes them 500 years to get to your planet to raise hell. But
there's gonna be so many orcs on that meteor.
No, there's gonna be hell to pay. They spent 500 years waiting for that battle.
And they imagine it that it could get there in 1 year. It'll do it in 1 year.
Yeah, good point, Nick. Good point. If they imagine, they believe. The power of belief and friendship gets the orcs through the Imperium.
Go Team Venture.
Fuck.
Pretty much just rips a hole, makes a wormhole, and shoots them straight there. Like, there you go.
If you're not put into a penal legion, they might just They might just make you into a servitor. You don't want to be a servitor, guys.
They lobotomize you and turn you into a flesh robot. That's what being a servitor is.
It's all bad.
On most planets, it's the punishment for even the most trivial crime. Like you stole a loaf of bread, servitor. You looked at a noble wrong, servitor. You didn't pay your taxes. Yeah, you said the F word in a place where they straight up don't allow it. Servitor. And they'll cut your tongue. Or no, they'll just cut your tongue out. No, dissident. So verbal dissidence is almost always met with removal of an individual's tongue. The Imperium's insane.
God, could you imagine stubbing your toe and just saying, "Oh shit"?
Emperor, damn it!
Taken out because of it.
Yeah, yeah. Could happen. Unpleasant company. And they just decide to use that power that was given to them.
There's a servitor right there.
Imperium's crazy.
They could be doing something as simple as moving boxes because you told them to.
You want an interesting topic too. I'll be right back, but I'll let you lead with it if you're interested.
Go for it.
Navigators.
Navigators. So navigators have 3 eyes. Navigators are wild fucking beings. Fucking damn it, I had a bunch and then I just lost it all. I'm gonna look one up real quick. Bam.
All right,
bam. There's an Imperial Navigator, everybody.
That third eye, man. Navigators are a trip.
Navigators.
I want to talk about some weird lore.
Navigators are generally Voidborn, are they not?
I actually think they are all Voidborn. I may be wrong, but they are sanctioned mutants. There's a term you can hit on for a little bit too.
Yeah, sanctioned mutants. Yes, that's a good one actually. So we have Navigators and Ogrins. and Rattlings. Those are
Now
the
voting.
three. Those are the three that I can think of.
Voting.
Oh yeah, and Voten. The Voten. Space Dwarfs.
I think there's some other obscure ones, but I don't remember them off the top of my head. As
So-
we talk more, they may come back.
So the easiest way to put it, Rattlings. They're just what they sound like. They're
like halflings.
They're like halflings. They don't generally like bigger people. They're actually kind of racist.
But before we get too deep into it, to help with a little context, this entire setting is based off of a fantasy setting originally. So when we say halfling, when we say orc, when we say elf, when we say this or that, it is like with the intent of referring to a fantasy race. A lot of this setting was originally intended as a satire of Warhammer fantasy. Now go ahead. My bad. But I felt that was a good thing to bring up.
Yeah, no, it was good. Yeah, they're generally just they're little tiny dudes, right? Like a halfling.
Yeah, they're your hobbits. They're space hobbits.
They're your pissed off space hobbit.
Yeah, they generally go unnoticed and live in underhives.
Yeah, they generally live in the underhive because they are considered mutants.
They're more common on planets with a high gravity.
Yeah, because high gravity makes you shorter.
Same thing with the subterranean planets where the populace lives underground. The deeper they dig, the more intense pressure they feel from gravity. So they end up with the mutation of smaller humans. This is different from Voten too. Space dwarves aren't the same.
No.
That's also why I felt it was important to mention the fantasy inspiration.
The other one that I can remember right off the top of my head, aside from Rattlings and Navigators, is the Ogrins.
Yeah.
Picture
So if anyone here is familiar with fucking
Game of Thrones, Hodor.
Oh yeah, so there's Hodor. I didn't even think of that. No, I was gonna mention fucking Darktide.
Okay, yeah, Darktide. Like really, duh. Sorry, I didn't even think of
No,
it.
you're good. No, you can look up some pictures of them from Darktide.
Yeah, I got you.
Darktide.
You want to talk about them?
They're big ass humans. They're your. So there's 40k's twist on Ogrins. That's why they're Ogrins. They're big ass Hodor-esque humans. I love that you used Hodors too. They suffer from a lack of intelligence. It's rare to meet an intelligent
It's the toy of
Ogren.
one. But there you go.
The idea with an Ogren is they exist because of like previous mutations and like intentional mutations on humanity. So like an Ogren is a lot like a failed space.
Yeah.
There's parts of the human genome that, due to the Emperor's fucking with our genetics, we ended up with shit like the Ogren. Ogrins they never really get an intelligence capacity past a toddler or a young child, but they have the ability to rip a man in half. They're fucking massive fucking dudes. They're almost always led by a commissar or a inquisitor, and they're used as meat shields or enforcers.
Straight
you will also
brute
commonly
fucking
find
force.
So when they're not serving the military, they are almost exclusively serving rogue traders and crime lords. Outside of that, they have no purpose inside the Imperium of Man. You can't give an Ogren a job. Like, and it sucks too because like imagine having a dude who can lift the weight that you need a forklift to lift.
You can literally lift a car.
Yeah, now you don't need a
with one
forklift.
hand.
You just have this dude, and all he wants is to be praised and to be told that he's good and that he's doing a good job, and like he doesn't even want to be paid. He just wants to be loved. Like that's your Ogren. They're wild. But you can't employ him because he's a mutant.
Yep.
And they're only sanctioned mutants while they serve the Astra Militarum. When they are not in service, they are no longer a sanctioned mutant. It's a weird issue.
And that's the same thing with
Ogrins
same thing with the Ratlings too.
Yep, and Ogrins and Ratlings have a lot of racism against them. Anytime they're outside of the military, they get no respect. They are considered mutants, sanctioned or not. Humanity has a great disdain for mutants. The reason for this is mutants in this setting generally mean they're warp touched, or that the warp fucking with them. It's not just always science setting. In this setting, it could also be an indicator to something evil. So that's why there's this big disdain for mutants across the humanity.
Another thing I want to say real quick about the setting is the beautiful mix of actual science and fantasy, right? Like, because like you said earlier with feudal worlds,
and like science horror and fantasy horror too.
Yeah, like you said earlier with feudal worlds, right? There could be something left over from a Tyranid invasion a couple hundred years ago.
Yeah, and it becomes their dragon.
Yeah.
Like their dragon story. Their whole world will have stories for generations about this insane creature that their knights had to go fight. And this is a futuristic setting. I love that. I love the duality of fantasy and sci-fantasy. Well, I mean, it's a really good sci-fantasy setting. It's not so science fiction, it's more sci-fantasy, fantasy.
Talk about unsanctioned psychers for a second, because they're fucking...
Another mutant.
Another mutant?
All psychers are mutants.
That are... If you're an unsanctioned psycher, that shit sucks.
Yeah, and we'll circle back to Navigator. Because psychers will give us a lot of context to talk about with the Navigator.
Yeah.
A Navigator is also a sanctioned psycher.
So an unsanctioned psycher, especially if you're on Terra, you're getting rounded up by the black ships.
The most basic way, real quick, the most basic way I can describe an unsanctioned psyker is anyone with a psychic ability. Anyone who has a psychic connection or ability to do things psychically. Whether it's...
And being unsanctioned, you have no, like, training or, like, real knowledge of how to, like, actually use it and or harness it.
And in a fucked up way, they just didn't give you permission for something you didn't have control of.
Yep. Yeah.
Like,
but unsanctioned psychers are very dangerous.
Yes.
Because you can literally like tap into that power, and you tapped into the wrong power, and now demons are pouring out of your forehead.
And there's some very dark stories in relation to unsanctioned psychers and possession. So if anyone here is familiar with the Dragon Age setting, it's very similar to the Warp. I mean, not the Warp. The Warp and the relation of the Warp to psychers is very similar to the Fade and its relation to mages. The way mages can... Okay, so the way that in Dragon Age, mages are always connected to the Fade. They exist as conduits for the Fade's energy. And through this, spirits of the Fade can invade the mage's body and thus enter the real world through the mage's body. It's exactly the same in Warhammer 40k. In Warhammer 40k, as a psyker, let's say your ability is something weird too. It's not even like it's a parlor trick, essentially. Imagine your ability is that you can read card. Like, you can take, not some tarot cards, but you can take a 52 card deck, and for whatever reason, you can draw a certain set of cards, and then tell somebody that they're gonna have something happen to them because of the cards told you. And that is a psychic expression.
Yep.
However, one of these times that you're doing this, you could have a voice whisper to you and tell you, hey, like, I've been telling you the whole time what everyone's going on, and I need you to let me in. I need you to open up a little more. I need you to open this door and push it open just a little more so I can tell you your future.
Just remember that just like a vampire, you have to allow them in.
And you're like, okay, so you want more power, and you open the door. Now, a split, like literally a split can happen across, like your head splits from your forehead down to your jaw, and monsters just pour out of your face into the real world. And your flesh and body starts to fuse with the ground and the structures around you, and you become a portal. A living, conscious portal. This is the worst part. You have to endure this whole process. You don't just die and, like, it's all over. Like, no, you endure this whole process, and you become this living portal for hell. And these demons pour through, and like that's where you get your powers from. You get your powers from fucking demons, from hell. Like, you don't, as an unsanctioned psyker, you have no idea why you can do the things you do, and you're a ticking time bomb. Because as your powers grow, the demons will be able to communicate with you more efficiently and break that barrier and get you to allow them in. A sanctioned psyker is one who was found during a time before their powers doomed them, and then was trained to control their power. And like, what's wild is even a sanctioned psyker can still have that issue happening. It's called the perils of the warp. In the middle of battle, you'll find psychers pushing themselves to their limits, and then going over that limit, and demons now pour out of them, or they explode in a psychic explosion.
Yeah, it's just wild.
Yeah. Unsanctioned psychers.
Your buddies over there all.
Yeah. Oh my god. But yeah, so the idea of an unsanctioned psyker, what do they look like? What does an unsanctioned psyker look like in the General Imperium? They're your soothsayers. They're your cult leaders. They're your magician. They're your people who can do unnatural things, or just have unnatural abilities or knowledge about things. Like an unsanctioned psyker in your village would be your witch doctor. Like, they can heal people not through science, but through sheer will. They just will it, and people's flesh heals. That is an unsanctioned psyker. He's doing good, and he's not being evil, and he's not whispering to demons. He really is just trying to help people, but he is still an unsanctioned psyker, and likely will be executed on sight, or swooped up into the black ship. So Squee was getting at this earlier, and I'll let Squee talk about the black ships.
So on Terra, we have these things, these lovely, fun things called the black ships. Every day, they go out, pick up unsanctioned psychers. Every day, 1,000 unsanctioned psychers are sacrificed to the Emperor to keep him alive on the Golden Throne. Within these black ships stand Sisters of Silence. Sisters of Silence being nulls. The inside of these ships are 100% black. It is pitch black in these ships. You can't see shit. There's some really good stories about the black ships that are, I want to say, from Baltimore. Fucking crazy, man. So with the Sisters of Silence being nulls, there's one posted in each corner. The whole fucking ship is completely nullified to psychic fucking powers. It's absolutely wild.
Yeah, so the psychers are also held in pitch black darkness. They hold them in essentially a cargo bay. All the unsanctioned psychers are corralled together. They are so due to the nulls that are around them, they can only feel each other's psychic presence. They cannot feel the presence of the warp. If you're someone who's used to using your psychic abilities, it'll be as if all of your senses are drowned at once. Are drowned out at once. Now, with that, your senses are replaced with the screaming and confusion and fear of everyone around you. 1,000 other individuals, all packed shoulder to shoulder in this pitch black area. If you use your mind's eye to try to view who's around you, you see these other psychers around you, and these nulls, these women who are posted up with their bolters, waiting for shit to go wrong. They deliver you to Terra. When you reach Terra, the first light you are shown. So they essentially transport you in a box, and these sisters are there with you the entire time. They transport you essentially in this box to the Golden Throne. The first light you are shown after being interred into the black box is the light of the Emperor himself. They sacrifice you and the souls of everyone, the other 999 individuals around you, to the Emperor in order to sustain his psychic presence in the warp and his lifespan on the Golden Throne. So when the light you see is both the most intense burning sensation you can feel, one that pierces your soul, but it's also an embracing feeling. You feel a warmth at the end of the burn that is a feeling of love, or so it is supposedly described.
So it is supposedly described.
It's not like you can just go ask one of them how it fucking felt when their soul's been burned away to the Emperor. So who the hell reported that?
Well, sir.
But it's intense, like it's crazy. And they do this to maintain the Emperor's psychic presence. They do this to keep the Emperor alive. The Emperor's interred on the Golden Throne, which is this like weird ancient technological fucking thing that they made in order to hold back the warp. And he's interred on it. His psychic being is fractured, and it requires the sacrifice of as many psychers as they can deliver him a day. The average is 1,000.
Yeah.
But they'll sacrifice more if they can. It's wild.
You mentioned refuelers earlier. Let's revisit that because we're touching on the last little bit here that's in the notes and just kind of fucking jumping around and doing shit. You mentioned the refuelers earlier, and so this is kind of like a worst jobs of the Imperium at this point. These dudes.
Oh yeah.
These dudes literally wear their coffin on their back.
Yeah, I don't remember what the particular system is. I think it's it's like the warp core or the engine they use to actually traverse into the warp. If I remember right, the rods they have to replace for this particular engine. It's a death sentence, but it's a death sentence that like the Imperium honors. It's like Squee was saying, you have to wear your coffin on your back. They send you to your death to refuel the fucking ship that you're on. And the thing is you can't use a servitor because the radiation from these fuel rods and from replacing them is so bad that normal technology can't work. It has to be a human with as little implant as possible. So ideally, they're going to take the healthiest human they can find with no implants, and they're going to send him in there with a coffin on his back and the shit to replace the rods and be like, good luck, buddy. It was nice knowing you. We're gonna hold a huge feast in your honor tonight, and you're going to go down as a saint. This ship will always remember you for the sacrifice you made. Have fun. You better replace it. We only got like 3 of you.
Oh damn it!
And
the ship remembers me for my sacrifice.
But they do. It's considered one of the most honorable things you can do in the Imperium. It is a sacrifice that it is not. It's a death sentence given in honor. It's not one given through shame. It's not a penance. It's something that again, the whole ship's gonna remember you. They only go on because of the sacrifice you made. And it's wild the way. So what happens is as you get closer, the radiation and the toxicity of the engine is so great that your flesh is literally melting from your bones as you're trying to put this shit, like reinstall this shit. But they pumped you with so much crazy space meth that you're powering on through. Like whatever drugs they pumped you up with just keeps you going until you can complete the refueling process. And then when you're done, you lie down in the coffin, which contained all the fuel rods you need to use to replace. You now lie down in it and just die there, alongside the others who have done this process. Now imagine that too. You're going up and you just see all these other coffins from the leftover dudes and chicks that have done this before you.
No thanks.
Like, fuck, man. The Imperium be damn crazy.
Imperium be wild.
Let's circle Navigators for a little.
Yeah, I was working on pulling up a piece of art.
So Navigators are a trip. They're one of the sanctioned mutants in the Imperium that is feared, but only feared, not hated. They are an absolute necessity. In order for you to travel through the warp in your ship, you have to have a navigator. A navigator is a mutant with 3 eyes. Their third eye on their forehead is an eye that only sees through the warp and sees through the the immaterium. They're humans who were made with warp essence directly injected into their genome.
This is fan art, but it works.
In order to open a portal into the warp, your navigator has to sit on a navigator's throne. They have this little, like, imagine the hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball Z. You have this like little chamber that is isolated from the rest of the ship. The navigator sits in the center of this chamber, and it bathes this chamber in the raw energies of the warp. So the navigator takes the warp and starts drawing it in through the materium into reality. They bathe themselves in these hellish energies, and then they open a portal through hell in order to get to where they're going. They close their eyes and their third eye opens. Their third eye bleeds black blood. They will commonly have black blood come from their nostrils, their ears, any orifice they have. Black blood will start profusing from as they fight back the demons and the hellish energy that make up the warp. The Geller field, so the protective field, energy field that is over a ship that keeps demons from getting in, emanates directly from the navigator. The navigator is a very powerful individual. They literally hold back the powers of hell itself single-handedly in order to get their ships from A to B. So, because of their importance in the Imperium, navigators live a very cushioned life.
Yes,
Navigators, you can't tell a navigator no. Whatever the navigator wants, they get. Only on Inquisitor ships and rogue trader ships are navigators not directly allocated anything they ask. And that's not every Inquisitor, that's not every
I was
rogue
just going to
trader.
say that. I was literally just going to say that same thing right there.
Yeah, but those are the only places where that exception draws the line. Navigators get exactly what they want, whatever they want, whenever they want, because they're hands down one of the most important individuals in the area. And they're fucking crazy. Because, like, imagine that. Like, you live your life in a paradilic lifestyle in order to hold back the PTSD of every time you have to go through the warp. And that whole, 300 years... So we brought up the hypothetical earlier of making a delivery. It was supposed to take you a few hours in the warp, and it took you 300 years. For your navigator may have actually experienced those full 300 years. what the fuck? So out of everyone on the ship, everyone's like, fuck, it's only been a few hours. Like, what the fuck happened to everything? Your navigator's over there like, fuck. I ain't traveling again for a little bit. Like, I need...
Talk about an existential crisis.
Yeah, like, fuck, bro, I need...
take a shit.
Yeah, I need a cold shower and a shit. Oh, that is actually some pretty good fan art for a navigator.
Right?
Feels like I've been holding it for 300 fucking years.
Yeah, navigators are a trip. When your navigator is compromised, you're fucked. You're fucked. Like, imagine being in the middle of hell, and like you're supposed to be traveling through hell, and like your navigator becomes that hellish portal we were talking about earlier. The one dude who's supposed to hold everything back crumbles under the energies, and this happens. Now your ship is lost. Everyone under your ship in a matter of minutes to hours is assaulted by demons. Even your average dude who doesn't really have psychic abilities, because he's psychically connected to the warp, because he has a soul, is now a conduit for demons. So everyone just starts exploding as if they were psychic. Everyone starts to have demons and mutations come over them. And the demons are not aligned to each other. You'll have 4 separate types of demons that we know of and that we can categorize, but there's many more, and they all want to fight for your body, for your identity, and they all use you as their own personal playground for whatever horrific minute you're stuffing. Like, what the fuck, dude? It's very Event Horizon.
What the fuck, dude? I love that. Yeah, Event Horizon was supposed to be a 40K movie.
Yeah, it was.
And then furthermore, we in the 40K fandom generally view Starship Troopers as a 40K movie.
Yeah.
Us fighting the Tyranid.
Yeah, it's very on point. What you watch in Starship Troopers, so on point for what it would be like to be fighting the Tyranid. All the propaganda, too.
Oh, yeah, I love all that propaganda, dude.
Oh, it's so fucking
Such a good movie.
I did my part. I did my part.
I didn't do
part.
shit. No, I love the meme from it.
Oh yeah, that meme's great.
Dude, another crazy job. The Evasaur Assassin.
Oh fuck, dude, assassins are crazy.
No.
I have a really good story about Evasaur assassins, but go ahead and hit on assassins.
So I'm only.
We'll let you take over.
I'm
you know more
only
about...
gonna talk about the Evasaur.
Okay.
So
I was gonna say, you know more about that.
Because it is within like the worst jobs of the Imperium, right? Like, dude's a fucking legit hard ass. Okay, let me pull him up real quick. Dude's a total hard ass. I absolutely love the Evasaur Assassin. One of my favorite assassins in 40K, actually. That is some wonderful fan art. So, Evasaur Assassins. Now, you want a job done? You don't care about, like, collateral damage. You don't care about collateral deaths. Send him. They are literally... Yo, what's up, Disturbed? They are literally so drug-fueled that they are put into stasis until needed. They are shot down to where they need to be dead. Like... Here's your area of fucking shit. We're gonna put you like over here. One-man army. If he fails, blows himself up, he's a melt-a-bomb.
They're on personal doomsdays.
He will slaughter. Yeah. He's basically a fucking Doom guy, or the Doom Marine, as a singular fucking being. Like, the absolute fucking shit that you can get done with an Evasaur assassin is fucking gross. Hood has a good story. What's your story there, Hood? Oh, he's up here. He's in the box right there outside the door.
All right, I'm back. So the story I like to talk about from Evasaurs is the Taros campaign. So during the Taros campaign, the Ethereal, who is in charge of the Tau forces, the Ethereals are like their Jedi leaders of the Tau. The Ethereal who was in charge of the Force was assassinated by an Evasaur. This Evasaur had a melt bomb that he was given, and he also had a melt bomb implanted into his chest. So he himself is a melt bomb, and he has an extra melt bomb. He fucking uses this melt bomb, the extra one he has, to blow his way into this Tau fortification, and he's slaughtering Tau left and right. They shoot him down, like Squee was saying. They shoot him down out of orbit like a fucking bullet. This dude's been asleep for like a couple hundred years, and this is his first and only mission that he's ever gone on.
They generally only go on one.
The AdMech, as they're prepping him and putting him into the cannon and getting ready to launch him down, they start pumping him full with the fucking weird concoction of drugs that they need for him to go into combat. And this concoction of drugs will be shit that makes it so he can't feel pain. He's all pumped up. He's like seeing everything in slow motion. He's in a constant state of agitated delirium, like hardcore.
Like you took Psychojet times 1,000.
Yeah, it's like they gave him a bunch of Psychojet and Buff-Tat. It's like they gave him all of the drugs you can get in Fallout. Yeah, all the Fallout chems all smacked into one cocktail.
That is his combat stims.
Now these AdMech tech priests that are getting ready to launch him, the whole time they're speaking to each other in binary about how much they fear another accident happening where he wakes up too early. One of the most common issues they face with Evasaurs is them waking up before they get to spacecraft.
100%.
But waking up before they can hit the planet. So they're like discussing to each other of like, oh shit, hope this one doesn't wake up like last time, like that was fucking hell. They launch him down to the planet. He gets down to the planet. He uses his bomb to blow up these fortifications and just starts slaughtering Tau left and right, all in his death path to get to the Ethereal. When he finally gets to the Ethereal, he runs into the room and takes down his Crisis Battlesuit Bodyguard fucking leaders with no issue with his fucking like this weird claw that they give Evasaurs. Some Evasaurs.
It's her.
Yeah, it's like a power claw.
Her left hand.
Yeah, so fucking literally, Crisis Battlesuit will have like a couple feet of some reinforced material to try to protect the Tau inside. Motherfucker is like punches through him and rips him out. In any case, this fucker grabs the Ethereal by the head, pulls the Ethereal up, and then detonates its own bomb. The commander of the Tau forces, Commander Osho, it's like Osho or something like that. I don't remember when. He was able to get away from, because as soon as the fucking Evasaur came in, he got out. But it was crazy, and the Imperium still lost that campaign. But the Evasaur effortlessly destroyed the fucking Ethereal and like a lot of the Tau High Command in that battle.
Yeah, still not a thing I want to be though. Like they're cool, but like you're either pumped up on chems and battle fueled, or you're fucking sleeping.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be any of the Imperial Assassins. The Imperial Assassins come from things called death cults, where they literally worship death, and they'll worship death through different means. And the 4 different death cults produce like 4 different assassins. And then the Evisaurs are the most crazy out of the death cults. Like the ones that worship death like to the most extreme is where you get the Evisaurs.
Yep.
These crazy bloodthirsty fuckers. And they're supposed to be like nobles and shit.
Yeah. Fucking wild, man. Just fucking wild.
Oh yeah. Love that story about the fucking war though.
Right.
The fear in the Ethereal too. I'm like, man, the Tau, they're so behind their Ethereal until they lose one. But in that particular campaign, it did the Imperium bad. In the Tau's campaign, after their Ethereal was defeated, the Tau grieved for like 48 hours and then entered a furious state that they started making more aggressive tactical decisions, and it won them the war. So where they thought it would defeat the Tau like it has before, it didn't this time.
Did he?
And I think it's because that commander got away.
This is my other favorite assassin. The Vindicar.
Oh, Vindicar are really cool. Vindicar only ever take one bullet, or as many bullets as it takes to finish the job. So the idea is that a Vindicar is the kind of assassin you send to assassinate someone when you only want that one individual assassinated, and you want no one to know about it. A Vindicar could spend years tracking and setting up the perfect shot, but when they do, it's the perfect shot.
You pay that 100,000 a bullet, you're getting your money's worth.
Yeah, straight up. So picture your like apex sniper assassin. That's your Vindicar. Vindicars also have an unnatural reaction time when they are faced with a situation in which they botch a mission, which is like, it's weird because like it's almost never do Vindicars fail. They have like a 95% success rate. They have an insane success rate. I think actually they have the most success rate out of all the assassins.
Evisaurs will just fucking blow themselves up.
Yeah, exactly. Evisaurs, that's usually what comes to a failure of an Evisaur project, or like whatever their goal was. They usually just blow themselves up prematurely. Your Psyker ones, the anti-Psyker ones just aren't used a lot. And then the ones that can shapeshift.
The chicks.
I don't remember their.
I can't remember
the
their,
chicks.
Can't
They're
remember their names off the top of my head either.
we don't get to know about their stories because of how secretly they're held. Anything that they're involved in, it's unlikely that we know the full story. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let my dog in.
Assassins are wild. Yeah.
Well, I'll talk to you guys later. I'm heading to lunch.
All right, man. Have a good one. Eyes fucking twitching. I'll be right back, guys. And we are.
Welcome back, sir.
You know,
So,
occasionally got to
let's-
bleed the lizard, and let dogs do the same, right?
Right. So let's talk about Titans and Princeps now.
Yeah.
And the relation. So a Titan is a massive Imperial mobile fortification. Picture some Evangelon size mechs. Like literally the entire church getting up and walking. That's a Titan. I'm sure Squeeze.
Yep, working on it. Fan art. I like fan art.
Yeah. So Titans are their own faction of the Imperium. Titans have their own houses. They're structured and built kind of like knightly orders. A Princeps is someone who directly interfaces themselves with the Titan and the machine spirit of the Titan, or the AI, if you will. So a Princeps literally sees through the eyes of the Titan. The sensory organs, the sensory machinery they give to the Titan is what the Princeps will have access to. The Princeps will feel the limbs of the Titan as if they are he or she's own limbs. When they fire their massive armaments from the right arm, they feel the kickback in themselves, and like they are the Titan for all
Intents and purposes.
Yeah, all intents and like they are the Titan. From the lowliest to the biggest Titan. This is generally how they work. In order to become a Princeps, it's extremely rare. So, Princeps and the ability to become a Princeps are some of the rarest forms of human. They're as rare as navigators, if not more, and they're as rare as psychic gnolls. So they're like a 2% of total humanity. There's not a lot. What does it take to make a Princeps or to become a Princeps? It seems to be intense psychic fortitude, intense mental fortitude, and intense intellect. You have to be extremely intelligent. You have to be and you have to have a very strong sense of self and self-worth. Like, you have to believe in yourself intently. Like a fucking narcissist, essentially.
I was just gonna say, like, you basically have to be narcissistic. And I mean, if you look at the Princeps from fucking, from Hell's Reach,
it's really on point.
It really is.
Yeah, she's a great example of what it takes to be a Princeps, and the type of personality that they would maintain. Like her straightforwardness with Grimaldus, and also how she saw Grimaldus as an equal and not necessarily a lesser or someone greater than. That also says a lot about the power of a space marine. That a Princeps will recognize that an individual space marine, an individual influential space marine like a chaplain, holds as much value as her entire fucking suit of battle armor, essentially.
Right. It's fucking wild. This picture right here is actually really wild too to look at.
Yeah, if you guys have seen Gurren Lagann, a lot of the design of Titans are similar to like Gurren Lagann style fucking battle mechs.
Because if you look in the bottom right corner, you'll see fucking a Warhound Titan. That little teeny tiny guy right there in the edge.
Does it not let you zoom in?
Wasn't expecting it to zoom in that much, but okay. This little guy right here, that's still a Titan. That is the smallest Titan. It's called a Warhound Titan.
Yep, generally used for scouting purposes.
I mean, and again, sense of scale, right? Here's a tank.
Jesus Christ, look at how tiny that thing is compared to that fucker's foot.
Yeah.
Like that one tiny Titan is the size of the fucking massive one's foot. The scale, dude.
This is also a really, like, I've been digging this picture a lot as I've been sitting here staring at it.
Yeah, because you got that tank, which is like the size of a rhino or a ball predator, which is the size, like, so rhinos and ball predators, tanks in the setting are like only in diameter by about 2 feet bigger than real world tanks.
Yeah.
So they're about the size of real world tank, just a little bit bigger.
You got the guard. You got the guard force. You got your Ogrins.
Specifically, those look like oh, those are fucking Scion. It would make sense for them to be Scions too, to be anywhere near fucking a massive Titan force like that.
Right.
This looks like a parade too, some kind of Imperial parade, which is common.
Your Commissar, your Tech Marine.
What does your Princeps do when they're not fighting a war? They parade.
Got your Imperial Navy.
You can pull up the Dawn of War 3 trailer, and it'll show Titans fighting.
Right.
Yeah, let's fucking watch that. That is a really good trailer. Trash game, but great trailer.
Creating a new campaign has never...
Peggy
There we go.
16.
So this trailer will give you guys an example of what it's like for the scale of these massive war machines fighting alien massive war machines. Wraith Knights.
I shall be loved.
Eldar Wraith Knights are powered by undead Eldar twins.
Not even a Blood Angel, by the way.
In times of doubt.
I know, isn't that frustrating?
Yeah, it's a fucking Blood Raven.
Yet he has the goddamn
I
teardrop.
shall keep.
The blood drop.
Yep. I recently got back through the first 2 Dawn of War games. Peace can't handle the third. You're not missing much, Blum.
Yeah, the third one bombed. You can skip it. If you want to play it for the sake of you played the first one and the second one, I get that though. I'm a completionist myself. But it's very buggy. The company went bankrupt because of the game. And it doesn't have all the factions. It's nothing like Dawn of War 2. That's the best way I can put it. It's nothing like Dawn of War 2.
I shall hone my craft.
It doesn't have any of that passion that Dawn of War 2 had.
Fucking Banshees.
In vengeance.
Those Banshees are a trip too, so their masks, they actually amplify their screams. They scream these psychic war screams as they come running into combat, like some Valkyries. Dude, orcs are insane. Look at that trash technology.
Look at that bone technology.
I shall have no fear.
Yeah, so the Wraith Knights, that's what I was talking about. They're undead Eldar twin. Those are not manned construct. Those are psychically manned. Whereas these are manned constructs, the fucking Imperial Knights. That's crazy that the one just gets bisected too.
in the face of death.
Homeboy just like, yup, I accept my
I
fate.
shall have no remorse.
And the scale, like, what the fuck, man? As a soldier myself, if I was a soldier in any war where suddenly these war machines just start clashing like that, I can't help but feel discouraged. Even if they're on my side, I can't help but feel a level of like, wow, I am meaningless.
Look up at that.
Like,
and
my
go,
contributions are so small compared
why
to that.
What? Where's the dong?
Like, fuck, man. The fantastic trailer, but that game bombed.
This is the 10th edition trailer. Yeah, this is the 10th edition.
Oh yeah, it's really good.
So good.
Victory.
Surely, man.
That is what the preachers cry from the spires of their temples. What commanders tell the soldiers in
The
their
first
service.
Primarch.
The Indomitus Crusade meets with triumph after triumph.
Pretty fitting he was the first Primarch.
Day by day we tear Imperium Nihilus from the despoiler's grip. And though we are beset on all sides, with each battle we drive back the mutant, the heretic, the alien. As I speak these words, our forces engage the remnants of Leviathan.
What's good, Funty?
Welcome in, Fonty.
Reclaiming lost worlds, atoning for old shames.
Doing good, bro.
Our crusade to cleanse the stars.
Tyranid, man. Them Tyranid are fucking wild.
Right, though?
Taking the fight to the end.
Like, you delve far enough into this setting, and like you start to become numb to some of the things that are like fearful. But the Tyranid will always cause fear for me. Like,
Well, I
there's
mean,
no.
What's in the black section of space, man? The
That's what gets me, is like-
the Tyranid come from the darkness of space. We don't know where the Tyranid come from. We have our own black portion of space. What the fuck's there?
See, then that's what gets me, is it's wild to think that there could be some alien species who evolved so far beyond any concept of evolution we have that they ate their entire galaxy and now they're here to eat ours? Like, bro, no. Like, I'm good, man. That's some serious level of Lovecraftian what the fuck. Yeah, we have no idea where they came from. All we can do is assume that they consumed whatever galaxy they came from, and now they're here to consume ours. They have tendrils that surround all of the known black space. So the true dark space around our known universe is where the Tyranid hive tendrils come from. As far as we know, our entire universe is surrounded by these monstrous fucks.
I'd just let the Space Marines take care of them, bro. Like,
what are you supposed to do as a guard?
so I'm gonna do the 9th edition trailer next because it shows the sisters' fucking faith.
Yeah.
It shows the
sisters
miracles.
healing themselves.
Yep.
And that's what makes the sisters stand out hard, is that their faith actually has applicable abilities. It's not just like, oh, let's believe in the Emperor and we're all gonna do better. No, like they're not psychic individuals, yet they do things that psychers would have been doing without psychic potential. It's a big fucking stick in the spokes.
Our people sing of victory.
That's what makes the sisters so fascinating. When you dig deep into the sisters and how their abilities work, it throws a big fucking it throws off a lot of the established ideas and lore for how psychic abilities work. Good.
What is this? Oh, this is an ad. No, for the forge.
We're doing good here, Funty. Just doing that normal Wednesday shit. We're bullshitting about Warhammer.
Oh, Pariah Nexus is the show, isn't it?
Holy Emperor.
Yes.
Lord of humanity.
There's also the first episode of that Blood Angel show on fucking YouTube as well. That's like 30 minutes.
For we have let our world die.
I will be right.
Awaken primary functions from base protocol.
Oh fuck yeah! God damn it! I want Warhammer Plus.
Engage the survivors. Rectify the anomaly of their continued existence.
Look around, sister. Where has your faith led you?
It is better to die for the Emperor.
This has to be the same team that did the 9th edition trailer.
Whatever that thing is, we can take it.
All across the Imperium, tens of millions of lives are lost every second.
It matters.
Life matters, sister. The Emperor's angels won't save this world now.
Be quiet! There's something out there.
Bruh.
Alright, I'm back.
Bro. That has to be the same team that did fucking the 9th edition trailer.
Yeah. No, definitely pop up that 9th edition trailer after this too. Because on that we can talk about on that note we can talk about fucking the Necron a little more. Talk about the Void Dragon.
In the darkness between the stars, the weak and the faithless find.
It's also ironic that they have a trailer where they have the Sisters of Battle fighting Necron, where Necron and the Sisters of Battle are like gonna be some of the most important things to fight against chaos.
We are raised to believe
that one dude's 15 minutes was up. He just got disintegrated.
That poor fucking dude. I've always felt so bad for that fucking dude. Like, what the fuck, dude? That lady, she's just like, shit!
The alien.
Fuck the front lines, dude. You wanted your, like, what it's like to be an average citizen in the Imperium? That's what it's
there
like.
There you go.
Even in the face of death.
Hey, what up, Steffi?
Yo, what's good, bro? That Necron got her, bro. Watch this, guys. This is what I mean by the fucking, like, sisters have, like, faith powers. Like, shit's not a joke.
Faith is our armor.
Yeah, we seen what it did to Homeboy earlier. Like, immediately disintegrated his whole body. She's holding it back.
In battle, he offers us redemption. And for those who prove worthy, the Emperor sends forth his angels.
Fucking scarabs. God, I hate them.
Imperium is besieged. Across 1,000 worlds.
Be even in death you shall serve.
Those that would tear humanity down.
That is a dead battle, brothers.
Our forces are few.
Oh yeah, on the shield.
Yeah.
Sorry, delay.
There is no respite. There is no mercy. And in our darkest hour, a spiteful universe awakens forgotten evils to break us.
Dude, and the Necron scare the shit out of me. I collect Necron. I'm a big fan of Necron.
Yo, Kempler, appreciate the follow. Welcome in.
The galaxy burns.
Yeah, big fan of Necron lore. They scare the shit out of me. They're fucking.
The last bulwark against the terror.
Oh, I don't remember what it's called. But they have this like facility where they fucking. They literally have a like an accurate map of the whole galaxy, and they can just touch a star and have it implode.
Oh yeah, just delete. How's it going, Kemplar? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated.
Welcome in, welcome in.
How'd you find the channel today, if you don't mind my asking? Gives me, you know, idea of what works, what doesn't.
Hell yeah.
Perfect time to come in too. Just click
Just
Warhammer.
click Warhammer.
Hell
Fuck
yeah. Hell yeah.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Oh, we just watched this one.
Yeah, every Wednesday we like to talk about Warhammer. We usually have a general topic we'll talk about.
Yeah, we kind of finished that topic up a bit and just kind of bullshitting a bit now.
Victory.
Yeah, and we hit it with a casual note. Talk about Warhammer, bullshit from a casual's perspective and from our perspective. Talk about the various topics that we find interesting in the setting. Since 1994, fuck yeah.
Nice. What do you like to play? Okay, let's let Astartes play.
Yeah, what are your factions? Yes, LOL. You play them all. Fuck yeah.
I mean, you've been playing since 94. That just seems kind of fair.
Yeah, right.
Like at some point, you're just gonna be like, "I love you, but I'm gonna put you to the side and start the next army." And then eventually, you're gonna look at your armies and go, "I'm never gonna financially recover from this."
On a World Leaders kick? Fuck yeah.
There's some fucking wild lore.
Oh yeah, World Leaders have some crazy lore. My current Chaos kick is 1,000 Suns. I've been digging in hard into Zetch.
I want
my first Chaos was Chaos Undivided. I was collecting Black Legion, and because it felt like a good intro in, but Black Legion at the end of 7th edition, beginning of 8th edition, just were not good. So I ended up digging into Zetch. I play a lot of Xenos. Squeak covers a lot of the Imperium. We kind of split it from there. Like, you know how it goes.
Ooh, you lucky guy. I'm so excited for that game.
Dude, right? I'm fucking hyped for Space Marine. Space Marine 1 was so good. I'm so hyped for 2.
So yeah, we
How
talked.
long did you get to play?
Yeah, that's.
I want some
and like, were you playing a little bit of the story, or was it like just the 6v6? You got to play for a half hour. Let's go. Was it just
That's
like
good.
the six?
Yeah.
Was it just like the 6v6, or was it like 30 minutes of story?
Yeah, did they give you like 30 minutes of an intro?
Just a demo.
Oh,
okay.
Good shit. Good shit. I'm glad you had fun with the demo, though. That's fucking good. That's good to hear, too. Everything I've seen for it looks really good. I mean, it's hard to fuck it up, right? Like, it's fucking... Dude, it's Space Marines... It's Space Marine 2 with fucking Tyranid. Like, it's replace Orcs with Tyranid, and at the end of the game, we're probably still gonna have some twists like we did in the first game. I don't want to spoil anything for anyone. But we'll probably have a good twist. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it hard.
Yeah, Kempler, this is the thing we do on Wednesdays. We take a very casual approach to Warhammer. Compare it to some other... use other fandoms to help like teach people the similarities that might come across. Like Hood likes to use the Fade from Dragon Age to help explain the warp. We also like to use real world tactics to explain shit. Like humanity has enough numbers to just do D-Day every day.
Yeah.
I mean, like right here, the dude's just gonna shred his own dudes. The dude just shreds his own fucking dudes to shoot the Space Marine, what, like 6 times?
And the sad part is, it was still worth it. It was still worth a try. Cause like, you know, like you play enough tabletop, you know, like.
Well, yeah, he rolled a 6 here. He rolls a 1 later.
Yeah, dude. No, and Astartes is a really good cinematic because it really does display like how powerful the Space Marine is in the first few parts, and then in the latter parts, it also shows how strenuous the setting is. That how even with the power of this Space Marine who can just delete all these humans, it shows the infallibility of having such a power. Like there are things greater and things that we can barely even comprehend. I love the setting.
Bro, of course that movie was cheesy as fuck. It was made in like the 80s. But that's also what makes it so goddamn good, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's like Event Horizon. Super cheesy movie. Great fucking movie. And it was originally pitched as a Warhammer movie. They couldn't get the license from GW, so they just made their own movie.
Bro, movies these days can never be that good.
Dude, bet. It's because it's all too political these days. If they just get rid of all the political influence in movies, like movies go back to being good.
I seen this. I love the beer. I seen this short earlier. They're all, hey, go see a movie. He's like, okay, I want to see an original movie. They're like, okay, Deadpool and Wolverine sequel. And he just sequel, remake, remake, sequel, remake. I'm like, bro, you're not wrong though.
Yep. It's hard to find good original content these days. And anything that anything that comes from a fandom has to be made political. It's frustrating. Like I use these kind of settings to get away from political shit and to like delve into my own little weird universes. Like it's really irritating that all these weird little universes are now becoming political platforms along with everything else.
Silent, if you have a PC, it's on PC, bro.
Yeah, I think Space Marine 2 will come out on
I think he meant to no, you're fine. Mistake. We're kind of wrapping shit up right now anyway and just kind of hanging out. You don't have a PC. That's fine. That's understandable.
I get that. My PC sucks. I may as well not have one when it comes to modern games.
Just get an Xbox, bro.
What consoles do you have?
PS4 and Switch.
There are some. Oh, PS4 and Switch. Well, there are still some pretty good Warhammer games to get your hands on.
Yeah, he was talking about Killer Clowns though.
Oh, Killer Clowns.
Yeah, because he just watched the movie.
Oh, dude, Killer Clowns. So
if you look
now
up,
I remember.
Yeah, if you look
now
up, yeah, the movie was cheesy. Yeah.
Yeah, now I remember.
Killer Clowns, too good.
No, I forgot. But yeah, fucking Killer Clowns. Yeah, cheesy as shit. Good. That's the thing with like B-rated horror movies, though. That's like the vibe with B-rated horror movies from the 80s.
It's about the cheese.
I mean, look at Evil Dead. Like, they have horrific concepts. And they have moments where if you dig enough into it, it's horrific. But at the end of the day, it's the cheese is, like, pulls you away. Oh, I'd be pissed too.
Oh,
that's
bro,
one of those movies
I'll fucking
that they
raise
really gotta...
hell. Speaking
Dude, that's a
of...
movie they have to stay off of.
Speaking of that, you guys heard the Crow remake isn't doing very well with test audiences?
Not surprised. I don't know why they tried to remake The Crow. It just seems like such a dumb idea. A prolific actor passed away in the last movie. Why would you be like, yeah, let's remake that movie? Like, that just has bad written all over it.
Right.
Even if you did it right, you're still going to have that level of criticism that comes from it. Like, it just feels like one of those movies that just should have just been left alone.
You haven't seen the original Crow? I know you're a bit younger than we are, Silent.
I feel like when they do stuff like
I'll
this,
give you some credit on that.
It feels like they're just testing people.
Bro, they got something, dude.
Yeah, the original Crow's really good. Mind you, it's not one of the best movies ever. Like, and I'll get flack for saying that.
It's not. It's also not to the source material, and I'll cop to that because I've read the comics. It's not 100% to the comic.
Yeah, I agree. It's not. It didn't represent the source material very well. What makes the movie so famous is the fact that Brandon Lee passed away during shooting. Brandon Lee was the blank they fired on Brandon Lee. A chip of it came out and hit him, and he passed away because of it. So that's a big reason why the movie's so prolific. A lot of us had an attachment to it because we grew up watching Bruce Lee movies, and we wanted to see his son
I feel
progress.
that.
Yeah, we wanted to see his son progress in the movie industry. We wanted to see him grow. You know, it's a lot like losing Steve Irwin. Yeah, it's a lot like losing Steve Irwin, and imagine not being able to see his son go on to take over his movement and
we lose him a year later.
Yeah, that's the best way I can relate it. For at least people from our generation, is that Bruce Lee meant a lot to us, and it meant a lot to our parents, and it sucks that we didn't get to see his son grow up and become as big of a part of our lives.
Oh, Beaky, you know something's up. Somebody's about to get punched in the face till their face don't exist. I love this scene. Sorry, guys.
This scene's so good.
Wait, watch, everybody. Watch. Ready? This is warp fuckery, and then warp fuckery extinguished.
The twitching.
I love the pool of the fucking red mist when he punches him. So you know those bullets were not necessary. But they were necessary as fuck.
Well, yeah, the warp be wild, bro. It don't need a brain. It just needs living tissue to push its way through. The warp's wild.
Dude, that Astartes fist is like the size of my face. He obliterated that dude's face with that singular punch.
And it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough.
No,
that's why Beaky Boy came up with fucking 640 millimeter round shots.
That's also why this dude just blows his own. It's also why the lieutenant blows his own hand off, or the fucking squad leader.
Yeah, right there.
It's what else are you supposed to do?
I've seen many memes of these guys. Yeah. The ones you've probably seen memes of the most are the Angry Marines. I fucking love the Angry Marines.
Yeah, the Angry Marines are great.
So the Angry Marines literally shoot. We'll do a fucking video. I'll do a whole fucking episode on the Angry Marines. They literally shoot other Marines out of cannons on their goddamn tanks. They literally shoot other Angry Marines at people. They don't use power swords. They use power bats and power chairs, bro.
Power chairs.
They do, bro. They got fucking power folding chairs, and they're just fucking running around like it's WWE.
I love this setting. Oh, it's so wild. So over the top.
They're also not afraid to just pick up one of their fellow Marines and swing him around either. So they run on mountain. They survive on Mountain Dew and Skittles.
The shit you can just decide is gonna be canon.
Yeah, I could make up some canon right now, and it's canon.
The unreliable narrator. Everything. So nothing is fact. Everything is canon.
Mountain Dew and Skittles. Yes, Mountain Dew and Skittles. You fucking heard me. Okay. Okay. Fine. We'll just do it. We'll just do it.
Yeah, Warhammer be
This
wild.
video contains unprovoked and unexpected
Even better, we're
moments of
gonna
rage.
do
This angle will
flash
contain
gets.
extremely vile
Okay,
language.
okay. The first thing
Oh yeah, you know Flash Gets? Dude,
I love flash gets, bro.
mad props. I fucking love Flash Gets. Flash Gets is funny as shit.
Okay.
It's great too because Flash Gets is actually the name of a in one of the armies.
Yeah, it's a name of orcs.
Orcs. Yep.
Which is why they use an orc as their logo.
Yeah.
So this is one of my favorite YouTubers, guys. Major Kill. This dude is fucking hilarious. I will
dude.
put a
Major
link
Kill's
to his
great.
channel in the lore section later on. I will be tagging a lot of his stuff in my notes as well because I use a lot of his videos.
Major Kill's also got that very casual approach to the lore.
Which is
that,
why I tend to use his videos.
Yeah. Like, it's not like Luton or Baltimore, where it's very serious and it's very factual, where they're going to go and pour hours over topics. Well, I don't know. Major Kill does have a pretty good understanding of the setting. It's just that his execution of his videos are more on a humorous side and a casual approach.
Which is why I came to him to explain the Angry Marines.
The Angry Marines. Oh my
and
god.
aggressive tones of voice. Yes, fuck yes! No video has related so closely to who I am as a YouTuber until now. If I was a space marine, I'd be an angry marine by choice, because holy
you got
shit,
an ad
these
break
guys are
in,
the
like,
best.
15
Some of you have
seconds, by
asked
the
me,
way.
Major Kill, how do you choose what video you want to make next? Well, Timmy, it's simple. Firstly, I come up with an original idea, and then I see if anyone else has already covered it. If it hasn't been covered, I go ahead with the video, and if it has been covered, I check to see if whoever covered it is a shit cunt or not. And if no one has made a similar video yet, or the similar ones are made by shit cunts, I go ahead.
Oh my god, I have to just pause this and laugh. Did you see every time he said the words shit cunt? He was on a fucking One Mind Syndicate video.
Oh, that's funny. Poor One Mind Syndicate.
I really liked their content until I didn't. They could have done
Yeah.
better.
Well, they didn't grow. That was my issue.
Yeah.
Ahead and make
That's why I said they could have done
Major
better.
Kill. Which Lawhammer YouTubers are shit cunts, I hear you ask? Well, that's easy. Just refer to my handy guide here. I've been told...
Oh, that's not fair. That's not fair. This is 100% fair. 100% fair. For those who aren't in ads. Fuck Arch Warhammer. Arch is a douche. Some of his views are fucking completely fucked.
Yeah, if you go to look up lore on YouTube, be cautious about Arch Warhammer. He has a very subjective view about Warhammer. Like, it's a very subjective view. The dude has some very negative opinions about people off content. So it's one of those, like, I don't know, just take it with a word of salt.
Yeah, just be wary of his content.
I mean, a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt.
Now, Luton09 being on the shit cunts one is... Ow, man. Everybody else, that's just a joke.
Well, the issue with Luton that a lot of people have is Luton is a dick because of the way he talks. The way he talks to people, but it's fair. The way he talks to people is he's a dick in that he will consistently neck.
I was just gonna say he's gonna neck beard.
He will consistently ask you for a source of what you're talking about, which to a degree it's fair. You should
You should
have
be
a
able to note
source
your
that
sources.
Yeah, you shouldn't just be spitting some shit out of your ass about the setting. So like and that's why I don't have an issue with Luton. But that's where a lot of the flack comes for Luton, is that he will consistently ask you for sources, but look at the content he produces. He produces, like, in my opinion, fucking near AAA.
Yeah, some of the
Like-
best content.
Some of the best fan content that you can get for deep dives into topics. And he'll go out of his way to talk about subjective points. If the topic of the day only has subjective facts, he's going to tell you every subjective idea behind it. He's not just going to favor one.
literally said,
So that's where he gets a lot of that's where he gets a lot of flack.
Big angry videos as me isn't going to save
It's just having an opposing opinion.
you. The Angry Marines are a fan-made
There we
chapter
go.
of
Arch
big
gets
angry yellow
flack.
boys.
Arch gets flack because he is.
Firepower, but will fuck you 4 feet up the arse.
I don't want to delve too
But
much
it's
into
truly
Arch.
amazing.
Yeah, no, we'll just.
let's
yeah,
just-
well, I'm
let's
just.
skip
Despite the
that.
rage and desire to kill their enemies and more rage, they have
Hey,
no
welcome
interest
back,
in serving corn. As they put it, they fight for the fucking Emperor!
Fight for the
Angry
fucking
Marines were
Emperor!
confronted by a large chaos force dedicated to corn. The champion of corn was like, hate flows through us as it flows through you. Corn's power will boost you to unimaginable levels of power. After a moment of silence, the Angry Marines chaplain walked forward and calmly said, "We don't team up with faggots!" and proceeded to skull the army of corn to death. A massive benefit to covering the lore of a non-canon chapter is that technically I can't be wrong. However, for the sake of not triggering the shit out of everyone, I'll minimize my own embellishments. But, to be honest, these cunts do not need embellishing. Like some of the shit
Why are
they've
they
done is
yellow?
absolutely obscene. Let me tell
Because
you a
yellow's
tale
hard to
of
paint.
an angry Marine called Asshole. When Asshole was born, he was such an angry cunt that he killed his own mother.
exactly.
It's
during his
literally
makes
because
you
it's
mad.
hard to paint yellow on a model.
As every time someone tried to name it, he
will
fucking
make
cunt
you
punched
mad
them in the
as fuck.
throat! One day, Asshole was wandering
Go
around in a supply
get
depot
yourself
when
a
an angry Marine
$5
shouted out to him,
D&D
"Hey,
model
Asshole! Bring me that
and
fucking
paint it
truck
with
in
the
the
primary
corner!"
color being yellow.
Asshole proceeded to
Tell me
walk
you
over
won't
to
be
the
angry.
gigantic angry Marine and kick him square in the dick. Hence, Asshole was accepted into the ranks of the Angry Marines. Asshole quickly
super
rose through
fuck.
the ranks of the Angry Marines. In one campaign against the Elder, he confronted one of their commanders
Yeah,
and their daughter.
it's weird.
After bashing up the daughter,
There are some
he proceeded
colors that are really
brutally
hard to paint
rape
with.
the mother.
White.
After he had
White's
fired
a
into the
really
next
hard.
dimension, he
White's
grabbed
a
and
really
looked at the
hard
daughter
color.
square in the eye and said,
Yeah, orange
"I just
too.
fucked your
Orange
mother!"
always ends up
Before
looking
letting him
fucking yellow or
escape.
brown.
Arsehle's life took a sad turn shortly
Especially
after,
when you do
as when his
blending.
pizza came out without the
Damn,
right
that's gotta.
topping.
That,
He
yeah,
was
I'm
so
sorry,
angry
bro.
he
That's gotta be
suffered
on you
aneurysm.
because
He was then placed
Hood's got it
into a
over
dreadnought
there.
to keep him alive. In his final battle, he re-encountered the elder mother and her daughter. This time, however, when he raped the elder mother,
What now?
he did it
Oh,
in a
about a minute
dreadnought,
delay.
which you know is
Yeah,
a
I
bit
know
more
there is
brutal.
pretty good delay on
After he
my end,
finished,
too.
he killed the mother and said to the daughter, "Even in death,
Yeah,
I
that
still
happens on
fuck
many
your
ends,
mum."
unfortunately.
He then killed the daughter before dying
Yeah.
himself. Such is the life of an angry Marine. There are dozens more tales of the Angry Marines' power like this one. Tales of the Angry Marines using the Astarte Codex to wipe their asses with, along
His
with them beating
fucking-
the shit out of the Inquisition whenever they feel like it.
The
It's made this
sides
chapter
of his
pretty unpopular
backpack are
within the
fucking
Imperium. They have, like,
middle
0
fingers,
compliance.
bro.
They're basically chaos, except they
Oh
kill the
my
correct
God.
people, which is why they get tolerated.
That's
On top of this,
amazing.
the Angry Marines chapter master, Temperus Maximus, got into a big fuck-off punch-on with the Ultramarines chapter master, Calgar.
You guys
which
know
ended
that
with the Temperus
my
fisting
Marine
Calgar
squee is gonna
smirking.
become an Angry
Hence,
Marine
the
now,
Angry
right?
Marines and Ultramarines do not get along.
You all did this.
However, the chapter that the Angry Marines despise the most are the Pretty Marines, as they are a bunch of fucking sparkly space. My favorite story of the Angry Marines, however, details
fuck
one
the
of the
Pretty
only
Marines.
battles they lost. After destroying an invading Xeno threat on an Imperium world, a massive unnatural fire.
Oh, yeah, why
spread in
wouldn't
the
you
planet
want that, dude?
threatened to destroy everything. The citizens begged the Angry Marines to
So
put the
I can
fires
make
out,
Angry
to which the
Marines. I have
responded,
Marines
We
that I
haven't
haven't made.
Chaos to death. We can fuck
We haven't
So-
gotten
death
around
as
to it.
well.
We've planned on it.
Yeah,
we
we've-
totally
stabbing
planned
it,
on
shooting
making
it,
some
bombing
Angry
it.
Marines.
However, none of these methods worked, and the world became
We just
more
never
and
got
more
around to it.
fucked.
No,
As
it's a lot of
Marines kamikaze their
there is a
transport
mod
ships
for
into the
Fallout with
fire.
these guys.
Transport ships that were supposed to be used to evacuate
Yeah.
the planet, but
Yeah,
that
100%.
didn't work
Look
either.
over
With-
there.
So-
It's the Angry
Eventually, the
Marine.
Angry
So
Marines
the
decided
current
they had no
mods for
choice but to
Fallout
blow up
right
the
now for
entire
Fallout
planet to
4,
stop the fire.
it's only Fallout 4
worth it,
as,
I guess.
as I'm aware
The Angry
of. I
Marines
may be
boast a
wrong for
mighty
new
fleet,
Vegas. But as
consisting
far
of
as I know,
powerful
it's only
ships
Fallout 4.
such as the
I don't care. You name the
There
damn
is
thing.
a power
The
armor,
fisting stick.
so you
And a
can
personal
get
favorite,
The String Star Destroyer.
Space
all the
Marine
Angry
armor,
Marine battle barges are covered in obscene words
and you can get a
imagery, which would
Sisters of
likely have
Battle
a negative impact on enemy morale. This combined
mod.
with the Angry Marines' love of ramming their
They're both
barges
pretty good,
into
too.
shit
I
has
played
I'm
with
gonna
the
look it
Sisters
up.
of
I'm
Battle.
gonna look
been a
right now.
terrifying foe to engage,
And then
especially in ship-to-ship battle.
septic
'Cause, like, no one
to
means-
add
well,
on
actually,
to
that's a
what
lie.
I was
Angry
saying
Marines
about no,
consider
not yet.
barge ramming a massive
A lot
victory.
of
Oh, there's
In
orcs
times,
too.
however, the
My
Angry
bad.
Marines have had
Yeah.
to
There's
restrain
only
themselves
orcs.
from constant
a
bombing.
lot
Because
of
the ones who construct
a
their
lot
ships
of what
have
it
threatened
takes
stop
to
producing
make
them. They just end up buried
the Angry
halfway through a
Marines
chaos-fucked
is a lot of fucking like literally do-it-yourself work. Yeah, look. He's literally loading a space marine and shooting a space marine.
Power bats, and pretty much a powered version of anything that they can pummel the cunt out of heretics with. A notable weapon they use is a Predator Angminator, which is a modified tank that shoots out Angry Marines deep into enemy lines so they can fuck shit up quicker. Angry Marines are often misunderstood.
Like a fucking diagram of like insert marine here.
Cursing. However, this idea is mainly indulged by fucking sperm-brain cuntheads who don't know the difference between uncontrollable anger and retarded-induced sporadic swearing. Now, you may be wondering who the Primarch of this great chapter is, or what their origins are, and why they're so goddamn fucking furious.
What are you downloading right now, sir?
Before the heresy,
Bloodborne?
Angry Boys were actually part of the Desert Fangs.
Is it going to be Bloodborne?
The Second Legion, as they were uncanically known as.
Talking about
These
the other
Marines
night.
came from a massive desert
Spoiler
planet
alert.
where the conditions were harsh and the people were hardy. Like, they rode fucking spiders, so you didn't
He's all maybe.
Anyway, same old story. Emperor rocks up.
Hey, if you need help, let me know. I'll help you.
Gives them command of a fuck ton of super soldiers, and people call me fucking
there you go.
Israel. Jesus.
Dude, you should hop into
Rageous
Discord and I can give you a better
his
understanding
name
of
being
that.
a
Fucking
not
I
so
can help
subtle
you.
hint
Yeah, hop
to his
in, bro.
personality.
We're
Anywho,
just fucking we're just fucking around right now. We're pretty much done. So if you want to hop in and chat, hop in and chat.
Yeah, we're at the end. We'll still chat about Warhammer. Anyone, by the way, who has questions about Warhammer,
yeah, if you guys have any questions, if there's anything that we covered that you want to know more about, if we glossed over it too quick.
Primarchs go to the Eye of Terror. It's not a good
yeah, this is an opportune time. Or if you have just any off-topic Warhammer,
you
want to talk about.
Interested in something like
There you go,
know.
guys. A one-part video, 10 minutes, that isn't stupidly long and tells you exactly what you need to know. Crazy, am I right?
Could you ask a question about Warhammer?
I mean, especially one about a cunt.
You can,
but I'll let you guys find that one out. Link to the stories about these cunts will be in the description. Now, with all the rage and anger in this video, I thought it'd be important to balance it out with love to calm us down.
Yeah, now's an opportune time. If you want to pick our brains about Warhammer, now's the perfect time. We try to leave a good chunk of time for people to ask us questions, so this is a great time.
Upset stomach, indigestion.
If you're curious about our casual approach to it,
the power of nature.
Open your Geek2 adventures with G2A.com. Visit the world's largest marketplace for digital.
There we go. Space Marine putting on his armor. Forgot about this cinematic.
Oh, you should go on the fucking Death of Hope about, bro.
Death of Hope?
Yeah. Throw that on after this. Well, if you want to build some rosters on a battle sector as well, we can build some rosters too.
Oh, the guy that did the Estradi films are fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, the Astartes films are fucking really good. He got hired for his work too. He got hired.
They better not have charged up that opportunity. That's like a gold mine right there with that.
As the Imperium bleeds.
Oh, I get that, Silent. Fair. It's harder to chat while you
I accept
Discord's
these
fucking
burdens
stupid resource intensive.
as an angel of the Emperor.
There's servitors.
If you do find a stable platform that you're capable of hopping on, though, you are welcome to join us in the future. If you want to hop on chat and ask us about stuff in relation to Warhammer, we only ask that we keep the topic on Wednesdays related to like something along that topic of Warhammer. You can relate it to other topics, but the general idea of Wednesdays is Warhammer.
I stand firm.
But yeah, if you end up with a stable platform, you're welcome to join us.
The mutant, the heretic. I grant no mercy. I give no ground.
What up, Septic?
The Septic Notify has arrived.
What up, homie?
What up?
Not much.
So,
So, bro, Bloodborne. if you need any help with it,
63% done
characters-
downloading, by the way.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's go.
so this is
So probably
this
tonight.
contradicts what I was just saying. I was literally just saying let's keep it on Warhammer topic, but you know we're at the end.
Well,
of
yeah,
this.
we're at the end.
So,
It's fine. It's different.
That's kind of why I jumped in when I did. I was like, perfect timing to fuck shit up.
I did have to point that out though, that you know I just said some shit, and now I'm going again. But
I at least tried Bloodborne, but I gave up instantly.
Bloodborne's one of my favorite Souls games. Well, it probably is my favorite Souls game. It's the one that taught me how to play Souls games. After I finished my first Bloodborne playthrough, I went back to Dark Souls 1 and whooped the shit out of Dark Souls 1's ass. Okay, mind you, I played Dark Souls 1.
It should be in the mod section, Silent.
I played Dark Souls 1.
Hang on one second. Pause, I gotta go grab my food.
Yeah. Well, for chat who's interested, I played Dark Souls 1 like right when that shit came out. I played it like 2-3 months after it came out. Got my ass whooped by it, broke a controller, and was like, I'm not playing this game anymore. I had a boss at Walmart who was like, you have to play this game, it's one of the best games ever made. And I was like, okay. Okay. Well, I was like, okay, you're my boss at Walmart, this is awkward that you want me to play a game, but I'm down.
That reminds me of doing it at the job. Do you remember Valdez? He was the one that was talking about, what was it, Dead Island.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, it's so weird that we lived at the same time, Josh.
I know.
But yeah, so Bloodborne. No, so I played one, I pre-ordered it, and I mean, no, I didn't pre-order one, I pre-ordered two. I played one, couldn't beat it. I pre-ordered two, played it, couldn't beat it. And then I got Bloodborne. I didn't pre-order Bloodborne, but I played Bloodborne. And I don't know what it is about Bloodborne, but it just clicked better than the other game before it. And I think the reason is that you don't have a shield in Bloodborne. There is a shield you can go find, but it's fucking worthless. The whole point.
Worthless.
Yeah, the whole point. Dude, it's literally called the plank shield, and it's just a couple of like 2x4s boarded together. All it does is it stops bullets. That's all it does.
Yeah, I guess good for guys with guns, but not that fucker with a sword and a scythe.
Oh, it's terrible way to play.
Oh god, Bloodborne is done.
Yeah. So Bloodborne.
What's up, Genesis Core?
Oh.
Prepare for some screaming and rage quitting a couple of times.
So when it comes to Bloodborne,
Yeah,
what style of
because I stream when everyone's sleeping.
what style of play do you like when it comes to action combat games? Do you like hard-hitting weapons that they're slow but they do a lot of damage? Do you like fast repetitive hits like where
speed?
You like speed, you like dexterity and being able to move around quick. So you're gonna want to go with the whip. So when the game starts out, it's gonna give you the option between 3 different weapons. You're gonna want to go with the whip cane. Dude, they're gonna give you a cane sword that can turn into a whip.
Give them some whiplash.
Fucking that fucking sword in the title picture is fucking fire looking.
That's the Switch sword, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah, so you can get that. You can start the game with it. That's also a fantastic weapon. And you can run the whole game with just that weapon. You can do the same thing with the whip cane. You can run the entire game with just the whip cane. All of the weapons in the game are viable. All the ways you can play the game are viable. It just matters on how much time you're willing to practice. Like, how much time are you willing to put into the game to get used to your play style, your weapons moveset, and
about 30 seconds.
And the enemies.
About 30 seconds.
You're gonna have a rough time in the beginning. Right out the gate, you're gonna be like, I want to put this game down. But you're gonna be on stream. You're gonna want to put on a show for people, and it's gonna help you push through this game. So dig into that. This game, and dude, you're also gonna feel elated when like the elation you feel from defeating a boss after you just died a few times to him is immense. Like, you're gonna feel great when you defeat a boss.
I needed
and you're gonna feel even
because fucking Killer Clowns is broken.
you're gonna feel even better when you have people watching, like, go through these hardships. And there's a lot of people in the Souls community that will go out of their way to try to help you. So, like, don't be afraid to ask the community for help. There's a lot of people in the Souls community who enjoy helping other individuals get through these games. Because these games are great games. All of them. All of FromSoft's games are fucking great games. And it's because of how hard
like,
they
this
are.
isn't my first time trying Bloodborne. I've owned it for years.
Yeah.
I owned it when it first came out.
If you can beat Bloodborne, you'll be able to beat any Dark Souls game. And it's because you learned how to parry. My best advice with Bloodborne is learn how to parry.
I hate parrying.
That's all Bloodborne. You don't get a shield. You only get your pistol.
He's the same as me. I
Even
like
the
to just hack
bosses
and
can be
slash
parried.
everything.
Even the bosses can be parried.
I enjoy like bullet hell type games.
Bullet hell is quite different from a Souls. But it's not saying that you can't enjoy a Souls game. Just give it time and I'm sure you'll have fun. Like, give it time, take it with patience, and don't treat it like the other games you played. Treat it like a Souls game. If you can treat it like anything else, treat it like Mega Man. Because it's exactly what it's like. Trial and error.
A blinding metallic arc.
Mega Man is a hard-ass game. If you haven't played it much, I get it. It's not your generation. But Mega Man was hard as fuck.
Kind of like Mario.
Well, no, Mario's not nearly as hard as like Mega Man.
It's just a platformer, though.
Oh,
Well,
but it's not
I bring
something
up
you
Mega
get
Man
right
though.
off the first go.
Yeah, well, and that's why I bring up Mega Man. It's not something you can get off the first go. You can get Mario off the first go. A lot of people get Mario off the first go, but you can't get Mega Man off the first go. Mega Man also necessitates using certain equipment to get past certain levels, or like taking things through a trial and error approach.
Yeah.
Whereas like Dark Souls does a very similar thing. A lot of the Souls games don't treat you like you need to have your hand held. Souls games treat you in a way in which you're willing to try and fail.
Every second they get.
It's more. See, that's the illusion. The illusion of Souls games is that they're out to get you, that they want you to lose at every aspect or every chance that you get. But that's not the case. That's at the end of the day, they take you more serious than you take yourself serious. Almost all of the traps in Dark Souls are obvious traps. Almost everything that you go through in a Souls game is something that can be avoided with game knowledge. It just takes patience.
Is it possible to beat Bloodborne without killing anything?
Yes. Well, no, because you still have to kill bosses. Yeah, you still have to kill bosses. You can't do a pacifist run, but you can do a run where you don't kill anything but bosses. Like only boss runs are a thing. You can let me put it this way: you can technically beat the entire game without killing anything if you summon other people to beat the bosses for you,
or knock them off cliffs.
Well, it depends on the game, because like Elden Ring, you can't knock bosses off cliffs.
Nope, I tried.
Oh, they changed that? Damn. Wait, okay, isn't Elden Ring? Yeah, Elden Ring, you knock them into the water.
No.
Well, it depends on the boss, though.
True.
If there's a boss who has a weakness to a particular environment, like if a boss has an environmental weakness in Elden Ring, it's because it was intended. And that's always been the case, though. There are some bosses in other games, in other Souls games, where they will have. It's not about fighting the boss; it's about figuring out the puzzle of the boss.
Silent, it might not be available on PS4 then.
Yeah.
Well, I watched people make videos where they're getting bosses knocked into the water on it.
Oh, PS4? No, you won't. My bad. You won't be able to find any of the Warhammer mods on PlayStation PS4 or 5.
Play
They
this
don't allow
online.
PS4 and PS5 for Fallout don't allow external content on their mods. So you can only
Yeah.
look up things that are internally made. You can't find anything that's made with external content. You'll only find stuff made with shit in the game.
Only content creation club shit.
Yep.
No, not just Creation Club. Like there's actual mods, but it has to be mod with things from inside the game.
Well, like you can't add external scripts, you can't add external IP or anything. Anything you can literally only work with what the game has to offer. So mods on PS4 and PS5.
Xbox
only
can have some of them too, bro.
Yeah, Xbox gets different mods. So Xbox gets access to Nexus mods. Like we get access to the same shit that you would think of modding.
This is
but
why
PS5 and PS4 don't. PS5. Okay, so
Xbox.
if you're on PS4, or PS5 for any Bethesda game and you're using mods, and you're not paying for those mods, you're using free mods. Those mods are only allowed to use in-game assets. So they can only take stuff that already exists within the game. They
And
can
fuck
only
with
take
it.
scripts and shit that and fuck with that. They cannot add anything to the game. Xbox and PC can. Yo,
What's the difference between online and playing offline?
what's the difference between playing online and offline for what?
Bloodborne?
Just in general?
Bloodborne.
Oh, for Bloodborne?
Invasions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Invasion.
Play offline.
You can have. Yeah, it's just generally better for your first playthrough to play offline.
Yeah.
You won't be able to summon other people to help you, but it's unlikely that anyone's looking to help. Bloodborne's. I'm not saying Bloodborne's dead, but it's pretty much dead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you're not going to find a lot of multiplayer help, and when you do, it's usually somebody you know. So just play offline. You'll get the intended experience. Play offline.
You can look at some of them, but don't eat them all.
So, yeah. I'm looking to maybe raid to somebody playing something 40K related.
I will help you do some research. Let's see who is doing some 40K stuff.
So I've got a dude here named Double X the Smoke. He's playing some fucking Dark Tide. We do have somebody playing some fucking Rogue Trader. So I don't want to do that one because I don't want like a fuck ton of spoilers, right? Like,
Yeah, you could raid and run, but when it's somebody you don't know, you kind of want to interact.
Stay.
they've already been on for like 3 hours. 8. That's not English. That's not English. Alrighty.
Anyone I did just start up.
There's this guy. I'm in ads right now, but Shadow Wolf, remodeling, doing some painting.
It was Shadow Wolf.
Yeah, Warhammer Wednesday doing redeem models for Slipknot Massacre.
Is it all one word?
It is Shadow Wolf. So Wolf is WULF 82. Yeah, doing some model painting.
All right, guys, we're gonna go check out another big chunk of this hobby. We're also gonna try and go make a new friend. I will see y'all. Septic, I'll see you over in your channel in a minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
Much love to everybody, and much love to you, Squee. Thank
Much
you.
love.
Thank
Of
you for
course.
having me.
Always glad to have you, brother. Always. Nick, thanks for coming through. Septic, I love you, you fucking shithead.
Fucking love you too, Squeak.
I love all of you guys too. Thank you for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it. I do. Truly, especially on today, like Wednesday's whole thing, right? Like, this is my huge nerd thing. One of them anyway. There's a lot of them. But anyways, I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Hopping over to my PC.
We are going to... Bam. We're gonna go watch some painting. Maybe I can pick up some tips for painting some new models. Catch me again tomorrow. I'm probably, I'm feeling Elden Ring. So we're probably gonna throw on some Elden Ring tomorrow. So catch that tomorrow. You already know what time. 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Tomorrow, best bet, I'll be here, right here, playing Elden Ring. Hang out with y'all. Much love. Thank you for coming through, everybody. Have a fucking great rest of your night. Or day. Whatever time it is for you. Worldwide shit. Much love, everybody. Peace.
Oh my god.
We're getting in Brother Daryl's truck and we're gonna beat up those Xenos down the like, no, like, guys, it's the space pickup.
Oh my god. Girl, my dog died, let's go.
I say this as someone who's looking at a big crab as a tank, but all things turn to crabs.
Yep. Uh-oh.
Oh, there's a raid.
Uh-huh.
Let's go!
Let's go! Yo, what up? Shout out, Squee. Yo, Squee, is your name a reference to Squee?
You impress me.
From the Johann Vasquez comic. But welcome. What were you guys up to? What were you streaming? As I do the streamer thing. Also, I'm talking about the Horus Heresy books. Literally got punched and nearly killed multiple times. Yeah. Or, yeah. Lucius is just bad. Lucius is just bullshit.
His power is losing, and I can't with him.
Magic the Gathering. Ooh.
Oh, with Modern Horizons.
Mm.
Oh, Modern Horizons 3 came out recently-ish for Magic, and I know my roommates have been buying heavy into it. Man, those cards, it really does feel like you either buy into it or, oof. You're about to be the chump who gets absolutely dumpstered.
I know nothing of Magic, so like this is all moon runes to me.
Fair, they're real good cards. New
it.
set, real good cards.
All I know is like the Black Lotus was a very expensive card at one point.
Black Lotus turns Magic into Yu-Gi-Oh. That's the best way I can explain it to you.
Caught it, and even then, Yu-Gi-Oh is its own level of convoluted rules.
That exactly. Slanesh does love losers.
JHTM, yes. We do a Warhammer podcast on Wednesday. Oh, that's sick! Hell yeah! I would love to like. You gotta send it to me so I could tune into that. Like,
truly complete the cycle of Warhammer when